For this afternoon, first topic, governmental property tax exemptions. And we're going to go ahead and get started on this. So this one, I think, has gone through a few, just a few changes in terms of what we're going to want to do here. But what we're going to start off with is LSO is going to kind of summarize at a very high level the initial issue that actually started this topic, I think, years ago. Going to do that. He's not going to directly go through the bill right now. What I added a couple of topics that I wanted to be addressed here, because one of the things about this governmental property tax exemption issue that is that we started off with this largely around a specific legal case. I know that it's been in and out of the legislature for some time. But one of the things that I think we wanted to dive into, this is a very broad and in some ways complex issue. And so there's a couple of subtopics we're going to go over here where hopefully these will bring a little bit of breadth and depth to the topic and for the committee to be able to take a look at this and understand it. So that being said, we're going to start off, and LSO is at least going to bring some initial a quick discussion as to where this bill sort of started, and we'll go from there. Thank you, Mr. Anderson, for being here and providing that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Josh Anderson. A couple of different things. So the Revenue Committee has kind of looked several times over the years about how to define use primarily for a governmental purpose in these government property exemptions. There's all kind of different in statute now. So federal has a list of things that are not governmental purpose. State has a list of things that are not governmental purpose. Cities and towns have a list of things that are governmental purpose. And then counties, it doesn't specify. So we've had this idea over the years of coming up with a uniform definition of that. And that's in the bill, which we won't get into right now. But then last year, there was a decision in the Wyoming Supreme Court about the taxability of property. It was underneath a gas station, so state land owned underneath a gas station. And so I think everyone had agreed that the improvement, the gas station was taxable, but the question was about the land underneath it. The Supreme Court held that would be taxable under our current law. And so the legislature last year, Revenue Committee talked about it in the interim last year. But ultimately the bill that passed was 2025 Senate File 81. It actually came out of the Joint Ag Committee. And it did essentially two different things. So in the existing exemption for state land, it clarified specifically that the lease of state school lands and state land leased for agricultural purposes is a governmental purpose. And then it also added a new paragraph that would have a sunset date that just specified that all lands owned by the state of Wyoming are exempt from property tax regardless of their use. And that would then sunset in January 1 of 2027. And then in response to that, the committee had a review of government property exemptions on its interim topics. So that's kind of a brief history, Mr. Chairman. I take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Anderson? Representative Stivar, please.
So, Chairman, Mr. Anderson, the Supreme Court decision was that it could be taxed. Was any mandate put out besides that? What exactly did that say?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Anderson.
And it's been a minute since I reviewed it, but I believe the ultimate holding of the ruling was that those types of lands would be taxable. Of course, it's up to the county assessors throughout the state to kind of determine that in their individual counties, how that is being used and so forth. But the ultimate holding was that type of land would be taxable.
Thank you.
And Senator Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that, Mr. Anderson. On that court decision, was there, speaking of mandates, was there a deadline on when the legislature had to accomplish the task that they sent back to us effectively? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think there was a deadline. I think, the results of that ruling were coming up on the next tax year. So it was decided in late of '24, and then the new '25 tax year started January 1. So it would have applied to beginning in tax year 2025.
Other questions for Mr. Anderson for now? Senator, please.
Just a quick follow-up, maybe I'm missing it here, but what happens if we don't get something resolved in 2025, 2026, 2027? What happens?
Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Chairman, so with the Senate File 81 that passed last year, like I said, it did two things. So number one, it clarified that ag leases on state lands would be exempt, and that didn't have a sunset. And then it also specified that all state lands underneath improvements are exempt, kind of regardless of the use, and that does sunset in January 1 of '27.
Other questions?
Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Anderson, maybe I missed it. Did the judge include a remedy?
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, the court did say that if the legislature intended a different result, that it would be up to the legislature to determine that. And so that's kind of where that bill came quickly last session.
Okay. Other questions? Follow up, or you're okay? All right. All right, so one of the things that at least, there's a couple of additional topics that have kind of popped up within the last, over the interim, that I wanted to bring some attention to, because, and this is conceptually, I think a lot of this bill and this, a lot of the governmental purpose discussion has been around this specific case of state lands. And I thought that there's some other topics that I wanted to at least present before the committee and bring up that I thought might at least give us some insight as to this problem from a larger perspective. And so a couple of folks have asked to come and at least speak to those. So that's what we're going to start with now. So I'd like to start off with kind of the subtopic here for the University of Wyoming impacts to Albany County property taxes. This was brought up, and again, this is not, I'm not taking a position, we're not taking a position on this as much as we're really here to hear this data. And so I know some folks, the county assessor from Albany County, thank you so much for being here, is just coming to bring this, because the reason I wanted to talk to these topics at least, if you think about it, all of these are impacts to, or potential impacts based on the decisions we make here. And so I thought this would hopefully bring breadth and depth, and we'll go from there. So who would like to speak first? And please introduce yourself and speak first, if you will.
My name is Chelsea Matthews, and I am the Albany County Assessor. I'm really here just as support for Mike and to answer any follow-up questions that you all have.
My name is Mike Schill. Wyoming, District 46. That's it? Okay. I'm a lifetime resident of Laramie, lived there all my life, my wife and I have raised our 6 children there. And before you get started, I just want to thank all of you for serving. I appreciate it. So did you all get this handout that was passed out? Okay. So I'm going to go through this real quick. But first I want to just say, down there below the chart, it says, I want to address an often overlooked issue in Laramie regarding the amount of tax exempt land that is in Albany County. Albany County encompasses approximately 2.6 million acres, of which 899,466 acres are tax exempt. And of that, roughly 900,000 acres, 674,000 acres are partly covered under the PILT program. I'm assuming you all know what the PILT program is. That leaves us with 211,000 acres of state land and 16,140 acres that belong to the University of Wyoming. And Laramie, is aware, doesn't get any property tax from the university or the state land currently. And that causes a rather big deficit for the city of Laramie and Albany County. As you guys are well aware, Laramie has no gas, oil, coal, or minerals. All we got was the university. And so that's why I want to address the university. Having a university in your hometown isn't always what it's cracked up to be. I mean, there are some benefits, but I believe personally, that, and in my own opinion, that the bigger problem is the loss of tax revenue to Albany County. And so with that said, I mean, there's some other issues we'll cover later. But right now, if you want to go to your chart here, the University of Wyoming, I highlighted those for you. The county, the top one, shows that we got 13,464 acres of land in Albany County. So the first one on the right to that is the ag value, $404 an acre. If you apply that $404 an acre to that 13,000 acres, it's approximately $5 million. That $5 million equates to about $36,000 a year in property taxes. If you go over to the next column, the fair market value at $800 an acre, it says that the land is worth about, north of $10 million. Property tax value assessment would be approximately $70,000. The reason those are in acres is because those are big parcels. When we get down below to the city, that will be the lots, how many lots there are, which encompasses Laramie proper, inside the city itself. So the reason these two different values, the ag value and the fair market value, is if the land was to be all totally used for just ag purposes, that's what that value would be, that $5 million. If it was what the fair market value of land around Laramie is Chelsea, Miss Matthews used $800 an acre, which is a fair market value for Wyoming. Although some of the realtors I talked to in town in Laramie about this said that should be probably closer to $1,000 to $1,200 an acre, but we're leaving it at the low side right now, be conservative. If you go down to the next slot there for the city, it says we have, the University of Wyoming has 2,676 acres. That's a total of 7,912 city lots. Those city lots are valued at $75,000, which is the average low end average of what lots are in Laramie. Again, I've talked to realtors about this, and they said that could actually be up around 80, 85, maybe 90,000 in some areas. So we kept that again on the low. Chelsea kept that on the low side. So if you roll on over there to the fair market value, we're looking at almost $600 million. That would produce for Laramie annually $4.1 million in tax revenue, which we currently are getting none of that. So with that said, we're looking at about $4.7 to $5.3 million annually that Laramie loses. And that, I'm also including in that state land above, at the very top one, says state of Wyoming land. Where that acreage is, it says it's 211,000 acres. The actual value or amount is 217,000 acres. But when Miss Matthews went through that, she said there were 6,000 acres of that was being used for purposes that she said should not be taxed. So what we could be taxed for right now would be the 211,000 acres. With using the same formula, $404 per acre for ag, $800 an acre for market value. So if you look at the taxes for the state of Wyoming, University of Wyoming, and then so we're looking at about 4.7 to $5.3 million annually that Laramie's or Albany County's losing out on because it can't get tax money from the state, but more importantly, from the University of Wyoming. The University of Wyoming does not tend to play well in Laramie. And just real quickly, I want to go through, if you backtrack that possibility of annual taxes, 12 years using a 1.5% tax increase, that's about $38 million that Albany County's lost in the last 12 years. Or could have had in the last 12 years. Okay, so if you come down to the next column, down at the lower section, I'm going to read through these and explain these to you. In 1998, the city of Laramie, the University of Wyoming entered an agreement where the UW would pay 1% of Laramie Fire Department operating expenses for the purpose of fire suppression for a 5-year period, and agreed to pay for 25% of the new ladder truck, not to exceed $250,000 when it came time to purchase the truck. Around 2001 to 2002, the UW paid the city $200,000 for their share of the new ladder truck, which cost $800,000 at the time. Since that contract ended in 2003, the university has not contributed anything to the city for fire or EMS, emergency services. Next one down, from August 1st of 24 through August 1st, 2025, there were 283 fire department responses to the UW campus. Of those the EMS calls, 66 of them were emergent, 59 of them were standby, 25 were non-emergent. Other fire calls like fire alarms or services, or calls for odors in buildings. And then one of those was for assisting another department, whether it was university police or somebody else on campus that wanted it for whatever the purpose was. Just the basic cost of life support on a call, basic life support is $1,100 a call. The advanced life support, so basic life support is just oxygen and hydration, not IV, just, hydration. The $1,600 life support, that's everything. That's painkillers, meds, whatever they need to get them to the hospital. There's no way to calculate the total actual costs of those collected because the data they use for the billing is under a new system now, and they didn't have that information to accurately show what that was. But if you use those numbers on the calls that were used, it shows out here on the next page, the medical calls that did go to the hospital, the ones that were transported, there's a possible minimum cost of $50,000 to $73,000, and that would have been picked up by the city, paying the fire department. There's no way of knowing how many off-campus medical calls there were for UW students. They don't track that. Okay.
So, quick question, Mike, before you go ahead. So, just a quick question. So, this contract, on the bullet one, this contract that was the 1% of the
Right.
Laramie Fire Department and the money for the fire truck, is that, when that contract went away, did that entire, the 1% and the follow-up, that's no longer?
Yeah, so since 2003, the university has not contributed a penny to the
I see.
city for
Okay.
anything.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted clarification.
no, that's-
So that was both pieces, that was the 1% and the 200,000?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Since
Sorry, I was
then,
trying to
that's
understand.
been it. Okay, so number 3, according to the National Fire Protection Association, Code 1710, which is the standard, if you look up under the National Fire Code, you'll see what that 1710 is. The minimum staff for a home structure fire is 16 personnel. For a high rise, a building of 75 feet or more above the ground, it's 45 personnel. These are trained career firefighters, not volunteers. I believe that in Laramie, I don't know how many of you went to the University of Wyoming or are familiar with it, but the engineering college, the old dorms, the new dorms, the engineering college, the ag college, the engineering education research building, the newer one, and then the STEM building are all considered high-rise buildings. According to Laramie Fire Department Chief, Laramie has 42 full-time firefighters, and as of Sunday, they're down at 8 for medical purposes. So we don't have the fire coverage. Had we had a fire in one of those buildings, we would not have the personnel currently to cover a fire if the dorms caught fire, or the equipment actually. So just side note. According to the UW admissions office, this is gonna seem like an odd one at first, but I'll explain it to you. According to UW admissions office, we have approximately 7,200 out-of-town students, not out of state, that's out-of-town students, currently at UW. If 50 to 75% of those students have their own vehicles, that gives us 3,500 to 5,200 additional vehicles on Laramie streets that are not contributing any taxes towards the city. Also, according to the city engineering, the UW parking lots contribute largely to the debris in the storm sewers, although the city has no way of calculating this. The reason this matters in Laramie is because a lot of the debris in our storm sewer system, which is causing the biggest problem with our storm sewers as statewide, is the streets breaking down from the amount of traffic on them. So that's one of the biggest causes of debris in the storm sewers. And like I said, the parking lots, they're all gravel parking lots. And if you've ever been Laramie on a big rainstorm, the parking lots around the football field east of there, you can see the stuff washing off. Anyway, the reason that we're here today, I'm here, is to just draw attention to what's going on in Laramie that most people don't even recognize that it's an issue. If you went to college there, I'm sure probably most of you did, you probably never thought about what it took to keep the support for the University of Wyoming. I don't think the University of Wyoming realizes what support the city offers. So the reason I'm here is because I care deeply for my community. I've lived there all my life, and I would like to see somehow getting this information out to the state. And anyway, that's why I'm here today. So
Thank you, Mr. Schill.
are there any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Schill? I have, did you have a question? Oh, okay. Anybody else? I have a few questions. So question for you on do you have a feel for, so this topic largely being governmental purpose, and then of course this becomes a complicated issue, but what parts are you familiar with properties that the university owns that one could argue maybe that's not a governmental purpose? At least that'll help me get a little bit of focus there, and that might be a broader conversation, but do you have a feel for where that might be true, where they own property that you could argue, hey, is that really a governmental purpose? I'm just curious if you know, you're aware of that.
Okay, so, all right, now not exhaustive, and she can probably answer this way better, but if you go to the county assessor's website and look it up, and just type in University of Wyoming, it'll pull up all the properties in the University of Wyoming owns in Albany County.
Okay,
If you do that, and then you can, I can't, how do you sort it out, the acreages, but anyway, there's like North Albany County, there's a little parcel of land in the middle of somebody's ranch that somebody bequeathed that to the University of Wyoming, sitting there doing nothing. Unless the neighboring ranches are grazing on it, I can't answer to that. So there are parcels like that around the county. And I don't see that that's a government purpose. There's also in Rainbow Valley Lodge, this is be under the acreages too. That's a lot out Centennial west of Laramie that's I don't know, the lots are expensive because they're out of town, they're on a river, they're pretty nice lots. University has a lot for the president's cabin on that. I don't see that that's actually, I mean, in my opinion, does the University of Wyoming president need his own cabin up there? I guess that's something you guys would have to decide. And then as far as in the city, there's a lot of lots that surround the city, outside the city limits, where in my opinion, my opinion's not really counting here, but those lots could actually be used for developing Laramie. They're looking for land to develop on. These lots are connected right up against Laramie, existing subdivisions. Those lots that aren't being used for anything could be used to develop housing for Laramie. So I don't see that right now they're being used for anything governmental. Actually, there's a couple of old research sites south of town that they're not doing any research on them anymore, and the sites have been abandoned, and some of them have been cleaned up, some of them haven't, but they aren't being used for anything now. So, I mean, just in my limited, just going through the maps and knowing the county the way I do, those are just some of the things I could think of.
Okay. Representative Campbell.
Thank you guys for coming today. I want to assure you, Mr. Schultz, that you are wrong. You do have a great deal of sway here. And I understand where your frustration lies. And as a home team player, I have to ask, you see the problem very clear. Do you see any way of redress? Do you have any offers that you could suggest to us?
Mr. Schultz, please.
So I guess to answer your question, we can't tax the university, that's obvious, because of their tax exempt status. And that would take act of Congress to change, and that wouldn't even work. But I would just say that somehow if the university, the legislature, the trustees, the University of Wyoming could come to an agreement of somehow financially supporting the city of Laramie. Now, I've talked to other people about this, and I've talked to legislators over the years and about this problem, and it's kind of fallen on deaf ears. But they said, like they'll say, well, we just gave $20 million to the University of Wyoming. And I'll say, yeah, but that's not the city of Laramie. Laramie will never see one penny of that $20 million you gave them, whatever you gave them that $20 million for. So I guess one thing we need to do is we need to be able to separate Laramie from the University of Wyoming. University of Wyoming is an invited guest in Laramie. They don't own the city of Laramie, which sometimes they tend to forget. So that would be something I would ask. But if somehow they could come along financially and help Laramie out, especially with the EMS services, fire and the medical. I mean, I have a son that's hopefully going to be able to go back to the fire department. Chelsea's husband works for the fire department. They see firsthand just the money spent by the city and emergency calls and other things that put a drain on the city. And the taxpayers have to foot the bill for that. Of course, this stream sewer issue that it's kind of a big deal around the state right now, but our city management, which you guys can't fix that problem, but they've come up with this exorbitant price to fix our storm sewer system. And they wanted to put it wasn't a tax, they were called service fee to try to get everybody to pay equally to pay for this thing. Well, it's $135 million and there's no way. I mean, for one thing, the university's not gonna pay that because it would cost them I can't remember what it is, like $60,000-$70,000 a month, a fee to pay for the storm sewer system. So I'm not here to talk to you about storm sewer system. I'm just here to tell you that Laramie, Albany County, I think the university kind of owes it to the city of Laramie County, Albany County, and maybe even owes it to the state to give back, not just with football games and not just with basketball games, not with symphonies, but with cash to show that they appreciate what's being done for them. So that would be my suggestion, a suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. Schill. Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just a quick question. You've got on this item number 1 here, where back in 1998, you guys negotiated 1% of the fire department expense that the university paid some on. The contract ended in 2003. How was that negotiated, and has anybody gone back to the table, the city council or the commissioners or whatever, to engage with the University of Wyoming saying, hey, if you guys want fire, service here, we got to figure out how you're going to help us pay for that. Is there any conversation?
So my understanding was from talking to the fire chief in Laramie, and he was the one that, when I did the public records request, he gave me some information on this. That was discussed that at one time there should be that the fire department thought that they should be getting, well, the fire department thought the city should be getting reimbursed by the university for services. And this specific service, and I have a copy of the service agreement, it was for fire suppression. That's the way it's worded, that the agreement was for fire suppression on the University of Wyoming campus by the City of Laramie Fire Department. So that's why they agreed to the $200,000 for the ladder truck at that time. Because there wasn't anything that the city had that was tall enough for the old dorms. And again, if you guys are familiar with Laramie, it's the ones at 15th and Grand, you can see. They didn't have anything that would reach to the top of those, and they still don't, but something that would reach higher anyway. That was my understanding, that was part of the agreement, was to get fire coverage protection for those buildings in the event that they ever had a fire in the dorms. Since then, they've built, the engineering building, the ag college, the new engineering building, the STEM building. And I'm not sure about the business college now, but anyway, that those are all over the 75 feet that the National Fire Protection Agency recommends. They're just recommendations from them of a number of firefighters needed on a fire of that size to actually be effective and safe. Does that answer?
Other questions? Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for all of your time and research into this. I'm actually going to let you off the hook and ask Ms. Matthews a question.
Okay, great.
My question is, what is the ownership percentage that the university, the city, the county, or the state have to own in order to make a property tax exempt? For instance, would it be 50% ownership or 1% or 20%?
Ms. Matthews, please.
Through you, through you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean. That's a great question. I guess I can't recall any situations where the university owns like 50% and then the state owns 50%. When we're looking at who qualifies for exemptions, we review 3 types of things. It would be ownership, what the property is being used for, and what property type is. And so it's not solely based just on ownership as to whether or not you would qualify for a tax exemption. And I do just want to step back a little bit. There are some properties that the university does pay taxes on, so I want to clarify that. There's most certainly properties that they own that are not being used for a governmental purpose in our statutes as they're written today.
Please, Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that. Could you give me one example of which kind of property the university is paying property taxes on?
Ms. Matthews.
Through you, Chair. Yes, so they own like the UW Conference Center that's attached to the Hilton. That's all taxed. They bought that medical center that's off of Harney. They're renting out space in there. That's taxed. I know there's other ones. Oh, they purchased a lot Off of Grand, it's currently where like Papa Murphy's and Taco Bell are located. They purchased that whole lot. That's still being taxed, as are obviously Taco Bell and Papa Murphy's, and all that is taxed as well. Yeah.
Representative Stivar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Matthews, I don't want to put this, okay, you've got the University of Wyoming, the trustees of the University of Wyoming, or the trustees and what they have purchased, is that being taxed or is that not being taxed?
Ms. Matthews.
Some of it would be exempt and some of it, depending on, I didn't bring the ownership list with me, but it depends on its use too, right?
Co-chair.
Just want to know why the university owns a lot with 2 restaurants on it. What was the reason for purchasing that?
Through you,
Matthews.
Chair, Senator McCowan. The lot is right behind the football stadium. So when those leases run out, I believe that their full intent will be to bulldoze and add on to the university.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not touching that one.
Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Matthews. There's probably a record, I'm assuming these properties have been accumulated over time. I would not be surprised if some were maybe donated. That's another avenue that they end up with property. So is there, there's probably a historical record of previous property taxes paid. And I guess I'm curious, how many of those properties, that you actually have a past history on? And one of the things I look at is the university, and this applies to a lot more other properties than just the University of Wyoming. So the mill levies, they benefit, and on the other side, whoever maybe gave them some property or sold it to them, they benefited. The people who don't benefit, and that has to get carried on, are the mill levies that are disappearing from those properties. Nobody's making that whole again. And so if I was looking at something like that, I'd be dividing those out. And, there's not gonna be a mill levy that's associated with the university tied to it, but the ones that are missing now. And so I guess I'm curious how many properties, and I don't expect you to know this, that are formerly property tax paying and now are not.
Ms. Matthews.
Mr. Chair, Representative Riggins, I actually did pull just a quick query on properties that the university has purchased over the past 10 years and looked at the tax amounts at the time of that purchase. And so I do have that data and I'd be happy to share that with you.
I just forwarded to everybody.
Okay, yeah. Representative Stivar has it, so.
I just forwarded to everybody.
Thank you. And so, other questions for either of our folks? So a quick question I have here is kind of an expansion on that. Generally speaking, and you may or may not know what the property, but it would be, you have at least this list of properties they purchased, what they were paying before. Is that fairly comprehensive of the properties that are sitting there, the lots, for example, that are sitting there unused and owned by the university at this time? Is that a pretty comprehensive view of that property? Or is that one little tiny piece of that property and there's a whole bigger piece of property that's currently not specifically being used? Not that it's doesn't have a purpose coming up, but I'm just trying to get a feel for, is that 25%, is that 50%, or is it, that's only 5% that you're able to see? I guess I'd like to get a feel for the scope of the concern. I didn't want to say the problem, I want to say of the issue in discussion. Can you give us a feel for that? Thank you.
I think I understand what you're asking, Mr. Chair. So of the properties that they've purchased in the past 10 years, are you asking what they're currently being used and if they, are they built on already for the university or are they just vacant lots sitting there? Is that your question?
That's part of my
Percentage-wise?
question. I'm trying to
Okay.
find out, so is that list of lots, I'm gonna assume it's lots, or it's property that was purchased that could be lots, let's say. Is that 25% of the property that they own across your count, maybe not, maybe the county's too broad, maybe across the city, is that 10%? I'm trying to understand the scope of the problem, the issue we're looking at and how far do we dive down into this? So, because there's really two parts of this problem, right? There's one part of that, we're very focused obviously on the governmental purpose question. So I'm just trying to get a feel for this governmental purpose and how far that, how much of an impact that is on this, so, to your area. So, thank you. Ms.
Mr. Chair, so the majority of what they have purchased in the past 10 years is to expand the campus. They're purchasing city blocks off of Lewis and kind of north of town, and they're extending campus. Some of the properties listed here were part of that Pilot Hill project, and so they were land purchases and land swaps. So that land is for recreational purposes.
Okay. Other questions for either Ms. Matthews or? Yes,
Apologize for
Senator
being,
Dockstader.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apologize for being a little new to this. Before we jump into the legislation, have you, anybody from you folks, from the fire department, from the county, and sat down with the university and said, this is our problem, it's a serious problem, we need some solutions here?
Mr. Shield, Ms. Matthews, either one.
Okay, so, yeah, not currently, that hasn't been, but it has been done in the past. And my understanding was, it was a representative of the city, and I don't know if it was like the fire department. I'm not aware of who it was that did it, but they had approached the university with maybe kind of what we just talked about, maybe contributing a little bit in the city, and I don't know what that amounted to, but they said that the university said they weren't interested in participating in anything like that, and then that's probably been 20 years ago. So,
Mr.
so in
Chairman,
the last 20 years, I don't know
Mr.
of anything.
Dockstader, Senator Dockstader.
would there be wisdom in going back to them and saying, can we have a review?
I would say maybe, but you have to deal with the trustees, and I don't know how much. Okay, so then I'm gonna go back to my opinion here, since it does apparently count for something, but the university owns so much land, I'm wondering why the university needs to be such big landholders. Why aren't they selling this land so that it can be used for taxable purposes again? I guess you guys would have to ask the university, the trustees, why did they feel the need to hold 16,000 acres? I can't answer that, but to me, it's costing the tax, and that's not just Laramie's the big problem because the university are concerned. But there's universities that have holdings all over the state. There's people that all over the state that have donated ranches, family homes, things to the university. So, that would be something your LSO could dive into and find that stuff out.
Thank you, Mr. Shield. Senator, then follow-up question?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think we proceed with our legislation, but an open invitation for the university to come and visit with our friends from Laramie.
And
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Case.
a small bit of perspective on this is that there was a representative from Albany County. His name was Phil Nicholas. He worked tirelessly to see that Albany County did better in the direct distribution formula, which was designed specifically to offset, in part, the impact of the university. And the numbers in the Madden formula, for example, you have a county with a lot of population, little tax revenue, they get more distribution. And he understood this problem to a T and often talked to us about it and worked hard to get more money for Albany County through that direct distribution. I'm not saying it solved the problem. I'm saying this is not a new problem, and we have done some things.
Right. Thank you, Senator. And I would say there's probably at least 2 or 3 issues sneaking around in here. One of them is this governmental use or governmental purpose is one little piece of this. It sounds like it's a much bigger problem. And so I think thank you for speaking to this. And I think we'll open this up. Please fill the chairs for those who want to speak to this. We are going to keep the conversation, I think, fairly short for anybody. Oh, sorry. Co-chair, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just curious, the president's cabin and land, is that exempt?
Ms. Matthews?
That lot is exempt. I don't necessarily know that it's 100% for the president's cabin. When the university purchases property, they have to fill out a tax exempt request form, and they have to list out the state statutes that would qualify that property for exemption. So I would have to pull that form and review why it was exempt. It was exempt before my time, but there would be a qualification that it's falling under, which would be why it's exempt.
Okay, so it's not the president's cabin.
Well, I'm sure the president
So
stays there, but.
It is in fact, it's, I don't know when it was purchased for the University of Wyoming for the president, but I think it's the president he was the president at the time the cabin was purchased. His name was, I can't remember his name, but if you go to the assessor's page, you look it up, his name is still on that cabin. So-
Interesting.
Quick follow-up.
Yes, Co-chair, please.
Boy, I need to talk to you later to see how I get my house exempted. Thank you.
Representative Lean.
Thank you,
And-
Mr.
and
Chairman. I
let's
just
kinda-
request that, could you review that form and then just give us an idea on what that looks like? That would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. So anybody else who would like to speak on this specific topic would be helpful. Anyone who wants to speak to it, please feel free to fill the chairs and talk to this. I think this conversation was largely to kind of give us a feel for a broader perspective of this governmental purpose issue. And we can take kind of the broader conversation offline with the committee and see if there's more to it as we move toward the next interim. We don't have any vehicles really to deal with many pieces of this, but I think moving into the interim, if nothing else, this has given us a little bit of a perspective. And as you mentioned, Senator, and Senator Case has mentioned, a lot of work's been done on this before, and maybe we can get some additional data, or at least understand some of what that work looks like, that past work has looked like, so we can maybe put some perspective behind it. That would be helpful. Any other questions? If not, again, if anybody else want to speak on this specific topic? On the bill? Not on the bill quite yet, so. All right, thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate you guys coming over here and bringing this topic to us. All right, the next topic was, on, let's see here, let me look at my next subtopic. Next subtopic, there was a conversation on tax exemptions and taxable value and some low-income housing cases. And in this particular case, I'm opening up the floor to who would like to speak to this topic. Again, the goal and role of this discussion is very, very focused on governmental purpose. So we look forward to kind of getting a little perspective on the governmental purpose, where we maybe have or have not looked at effects of governmental purpose and where property tax exemptions have occurred. I know there's a broad range of exemptions, everybody knows that, so we're just trying to understand what we need to consider more broadly. Thank you. Please introduce yourself and please proceed.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and members of the Revenue Committee. My name is Rebecca Bextel, and I live in Jackson. I wanted to talk today about a situation that I think should definitely be addressed. So we had a low-income housing project built in Jackson. It was called, it's a public-private partnership is how they sold it to us. And we ended up giving 10% of our remaining Teton County Fairgrounds up for this project. So that's about a little over 1 acre. The town had owned the land since 1941. And they actually tore down an exhibit hall to put up this low-income housing. So the land has been zoned public, semi-public since, since the beginning. And we were told that they were going to rezone the land to high-density housing. And so we had 2,500 locals sign a petition to stop it, 10,000 emails. People were packing out town halls. The public did not want this project to go on our fairgrounds. They decided to subvert the public will and call the 40,000 square foot building an accessory residential unit, if you can believe that. So normally that would be like a grandmother's suite, but they called this whole 48 unit complex an accessory residential unit to stop the public from bringing a referendum. We gave the developers a free 99-year lease on the property. The developers actually paid themselves $1 million to develop the building that they're going to end up owning. We were told this housing was for 60%, for the entire building was going to be for people making 60% of AMI. This is some of the handouts that we would see. And then, so to sum it up, this guy in our town put in $100. He called himself a developer. So he put $100 in, Tyler Davis put in $100. We gave them a free piece of land. They received $2.5 million in grants, $1 million from the town, $1.25 million from the SLIB board. They got $2.3 million in grants from the WCDA, the Wyoming Community Development Authority, and $13 million in federal tax credits. As if that wasn't bad enough, I started public record requesting it. Basically, I couldn't understand how we had $73,000 vehicles in a low-income housing complex. One of the Blue Line Development guys, Nate Pritchard, who lives in Montana, called the police on me to stop taking pictures of the cars. And I thought, there's something here to hide. So when I started public record requesting all the documents, I noticed that there were two things the public was not aware of. They do not pay a penny in property tax, and this is not actually low-income housing. So I'll explain those two. The no property tax scam.
Ms. Bextel?
Yes, sir.
Quick question. So this is all city property, county property, county
Yes,
property?
Town of Jackson owns it
Town
since
of Jackson.
1941.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood kind of what property we're looking at. 'Cause-
It was literally the fairgrounds. I mean, this thing is sitting on the fairgrounds.
Okay.
So, and if it can happen to us,
And it remains city property?
yes, it's still,
Yeah,
they have a free 99-year lease. It is still currently zoned public, semi-public.
Sure. Representative Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Brexel, who contracted into this?
It's a dizzying array of things, so that we saw an RFP for low-income housing at 400 West Snow King. So the ball started rolling. Well, one day I thought, where is that at? And I pull up and I'm staring at the exhibit hall. And so there was an RFP process, a request for proposal process, and they had 2 applicants. We chose a guy, he's just kind of a Dumbo guy in Jackson named Tyler Davis. He partnered with Blue Line Development, and they were the developers. So they were hired to put a complex on our fairgrounds with the public literally kicking and screaming the entire time. And so then, so we have a privately owned building sitting on the fairgrounds, if that makes sense. So the land is still owned by the town, but we have a 48 unit, what we were told is low-income housing sitting there. When I started public record requesting it, just this week, I've paid $1,250 out of my own pocket to get public record requests from the town. That's how serious I'm taking this. I'm calling it the 1/10,000th scam, okay? So here's how it works. So we have a letter here from our county assessor, I think she's in the room, and she has written a letter to Mr. Scott Hoversland of the WCDA, and she's saying, okay, guys, this is gonna be tax exempt. And I'm gonna read you a sentence. As the Jackson-Teton County Housing Department will hold partial ownership interest, the project will continue to be exempt from taxation, okay? Now, you wanna see what percent we own. Here it is, flow chart. Flat Creek Apartments. IKO LLC owns 0.0067%. So that means 0.000067%. Stealth LLC, that's the guy Tyler Davis, he owns 0.000033%. Guess what the Teton County Housing Authority owns? 0.0001%. So because of that, they get out of taxes, okay? And then the big bucks guys that are in Ohio own 99.98% of this building. We're talking about a building that costs $24 million to build. Okay. So I'm sorry to tell y'all this scam is all over the state. There's lots of tricks they use to trick the public. There's a building, took $19 million to build it in Casper, called Ravenscrest Apartments. If you have any mail, any questions, direct it to the Casper Housing Authority, but that's not who owns it. I have public record requested time and again, WCDA, Casper Housing Authority, Natrona County, assessor, they do not want you to know who owns that building. Now, I know who owns it because when Blue Line Development decided to do our scam in Teton County, they had to list their other buildings. They're in stars. Blue Line Development has $192 million worth of assets in the state, paying little to no property tax. I can't find what 8 of them are worth. And so this is a big bucks scam on the people of Wyoming. Yes, sir?
So, sorry, I don't know if anybody else has any questions, but I just want to make sure I understand. So the issue here, let's just make sure I understand, because I'm fairly focused on governmental purpose, right? So there are some very small, but the land itself is still owned by the city. But right now, purpose-wise, it's a revenue generating structure and business, really. And right now, so the county owns it. The county has, for lack of a better term, and we're starting to dive maybe deep down into, I don't want to get too deep where the state has to stick their nose, but at the end of the day, they've given a $1 lease, a $10 lease, who cares? It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But the point is, there's a business operating on there. So this would be equivalent on a piece of city land to the truck stop, to the Uinta truck stop, and which I think has been ruled that the truck stop's making money. At least our Supreme Court said that would be paid tax. So it would be something similar to that. Would you agree? Am I stating this accurately?
You are, Mr. Chairman, and I actually know what they make. I saw their pro forma. So what's going on here is they're making $500,000 in net profit a year, and that's if they charge the low income amounts. I'll get to that in a second. But they take in about $800,000 a year in rent. Their expenses are around $250,000. So we're talking about a business that's clearing over $500,000 a year just in rent, and they're not paying a penny of property tax, and they're getting $1.3 million in federal tax credits. That's basically saying, like, you get $1.3 million, you sell those tax credits for maybe $1.25 million or something like that. So they use that to pay off the building. So in 10 years, they'll finish paying off the building. In 15 years, they can sell the building for probably $40 million. So, and they pay no property tax. Did you have a question, or I was going to?
Yeah, I do, because
Another part of
the
the
key
scam.
here, of course, is, again, governmental purpose. And so what is the, I might be crossing the line here a little bit, so I'll apologize to the committee if I do, which I might be, but at the risk of crossing that line, what's the upside to the people who own that property, which is the public?
I was under the impression they had a fiduciary responsibility to maximize town assets. Clearly, they don't. There's 38 children living there at $20,000 a student in the school district. Who's paying for that? Mr. Chairman, this
I
is
missed
one.
There's students?
There's 48 units, and I public requested how many kids live in the building.
Oh, sorry, okay.
So we've got 48 units with 38 kids living there at $20,000 a student in the public school system. Where's the property tax? It's amazing that this was paid for by property tax, and they've exempted themselves from the very taxes that pay for their project.
Interesting, okay.
I've got a couple more points. But go ahead.
Okay, please,
Sorry.
go ahead, yep.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
as we make these points, we have to maybe keep in mind some caution where we've got some accusations and suggestions being made that, let's just be careful in our approach here. Thank you.
Okay,
Ms.
if I've-
Bexell, please. Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
So the first part of this was they don't pay property tax. And again, this is not the only building they're building. I talked to the head of HUD for Wyoming yesterday. These buildings are all over the place. In the public records documents, who taught the Teton County Housing Authority how to pull off this gig is the Casper Housing Authority. Okay, so we're losing a roughly $110,000 a year in revenue off of this building and property tax. That's $1.1 million in 10 years. I found in the public record request that they probably accidentally included in there, where now Blue Line Holdings, that's the developer, there is a building that the county built like 30 years ago. It is for Teton County employees. It actually is deed restricted for people only making 60% to 100% of AMI. You have to work in the county to live there. In 2004, they sold it to a group in Idaho. They're currently paying property tax, okay? You ready for the twist on this one? I found in the documents where Blue Line is going to buy this building from the Idaho investors, and our local housing authority is taking a 0.0001% interest. They told us for a future right of first refusal to purchase this if they ever sell it, okay? I haven't figured out what we've paid for that. I'm guessing it's whatever the down payment is that these guys will need to finance the building. And guess what that also does? No property tax, because now we own 0.0001% of it. Okay, so we just cost the Teton County taxpayers, I think it's $40,000 is what they currently pay for that complex. Did you have a question on that, or I'm gonna hit a couple more points?
Please make them quick.
Okay, yes, sir.
But my one question is this, so the housing authority, I take it, they're leveraging, is that a 501? Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, they're just the nonprofit partner, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then the last thing I want to say is, in the letter that we just read, remember this is low-income housing. Well, when I looked at the contracts, this actually isn't low-income housing. It actually, if you look at the contracts, which no one apparently has ever done, I read 574 pages of this. We were told everywhere, 60% of AMI. Guess what the contracts say? You can't be kicked out for high income. No tax return to get qualified into the building. Only 2 sources of documents. And once they no longer, it says you cannot kick them out for low income. After they start making more than 80% AMI, we start charging them either 30% of their gross income or fair market rent, okay? In their pro forma, they estimate the value of this building to be $42 million by 2053. Their pro forma talks all about market rent. These are standard form contracts for the WCDA folks. If that scam's going on in Jackson, it's going on in every building the WCDA touches. You do not have to be low income. And then my last things are, so here's what the developers got. It's a 5-fold fraud. They got federal
Ms. Bexell,
funds.
please go easy on the fraud thing. We need to kind of
Scams.
back
Okay.
down from that piece a little bit.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yes, sir. So we have federal funds that they get $13 million to offset the lower rents. They pay themselves $1 million development fee. Remember, they only put $100 into this project. They pay themselves $1 million in taxpayer money for a building they now own. They get 6.5% of the revenue to manage it, plus a $30,000 administrative fee. We also gave them a free piece of land, and they own the building that they can sell in 15 years. How is this a good deal for the public? How is it a good deal to give public land, exempt the property tax, watch these guys sitting right there, $2 million a year on this building, and they've got $192 million worth of buildings all over the state of Wyoming. So my recommendations would be, I think we need an immediate request, an oversight hearing from the WCDA. We should immediately stop these low-income housing projects until the review process. On a side note, the WCDA has never given me a document on a single public record request. They even tell me it's none of my business what the managers and the developers pay themselves with public dollars. The WCDA needs to be reined in. I say eliminate these multifamily programs, which the developer I saw in a funny public record, he said, she can't do that. You watch me. Okay, the other thing I'd like to say is, it is federal dollars that we're getting for some of this stuff, but if the federal government came in here and said, we're going to give you money to get everybody in this state vaccinated for COVID, would we take the money? Of course not. It's not in the best interest of the people here. So we need to stop taking these federal dollars. It's literally these counties and municipalities are suffering while we're giving corporate welfare to these private developers. Let's please end this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Bexdell?
Okay.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Bexdell. I have many questions for you, but I'm going to start with just one. Could
Okay.
you repeat for me the percentage that they own to be tax exempt?
That's right. So it's, you can't make it up. It's 1/10, Mr. Chairman and Representative Lean, it is 1/10,000th, so 0.0001. And it is all over the state. And guess what? The 192 million for this is only one, they're just one shop in town. Y'all have one of these buildings that just went up right here called Robbins something. It just was built. They just broke ground on it. They actually have a picture of Governor Gordon on the homepage of Blue Line, cutting ribbon. If we went after all, the private citizens' taxes are going up every year. All we have to do is go get these guys to start paying property tax, and we can lower everyone else's property tax. This is millions of dollars a year, okay?
Other questions? Or Senator Ide, you had a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You okay?
I'll just be real brief. Ms. Bechtel, thanks for being here. I admire your passion and the work that you're doing to shine the light on this because, you got a platform here. A lot of legislators can see waste, fraud, and abuse going on in the local level. So I won't say any more, and thank you for being here today.
Other questions for Ms. Bexdell? Representative Campbell.
I just wanted to make sure I got that number right. What did you say Blue Line Developers' asset value was?
So in the state of Wyoming that I've been able to find off of their own documents, 192 million. And then, so these are, the ones with the red stars are the ones in Wyoming. Then they have, so I've been posting a lot on my personal Facebook page about this, and people have been emailing me. I'm digging into all the buildings people are asking me about. I just want to say, if you think your housing authority owns it, that's probably not the case. Your housing authority didn't come up with 19 million to build a building, okay? It's owned by a private developer. So just Blue Line's about 192 million. And in some counties, they pay a reduced rate. Like at Peak Apartments in Sheridan, every year they seem to somehow get their property tax reduced by 40%. In some counties, they make them pay, Converse County makes them pay, but in Natrona County, it's just, I've been asking the assessor for the ownership documents of Ravens Crest Apartments, and they won't give them to me, and I had to go to the GOP meeting in Torrington this weekend, and I said, I'll just stop by on the way there, and next thing I know, the Natrona County Attorney's Office calls and says, there'll be a deputy waiting for you. I said, all I'm trying to do is figure out who owns this building. This is real, they do not want you to know what is going on here.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And follow up, Ms. Bexdell, have you seen, you just answered part of my question. Have you seen any consistency in the projects that you've studied in different counties and everywhere? Is there any consistencies on how the counties are interacting on this?
Ms.
Mr.
Bexdell,
Chairman?
but please keep that kind of short. We're on a time crunch.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, not really. So in Teton County, they give them a full exemption. Natrona gives them a full exemption. Some counties give them a very large reduction. I think, so Senator Tara Nethercott in 2022 tried to pass Senate File 113, if anybody wants to look at that. She tried to actually pass something that said, we'll automatically give any project that the WCDA touches a full exemption. Can you believe that? We need to go through and do the exact opposite. They're already getting so many freebies, state land, public land, in some cases, donated land, money to buy the land, federal dollars, state dollars. It's a kick in the teeth to also give them the free property tax. So I think if the WCDA touches it, we need to charge them assessed value at construction costs.
All right. Representative Lean, let's
Thank you,
keep
Mr.
it short, responses short, questions short, please. We don't have all day for this topic.
Ms. Bexdell, while you were doing your research, did you come across any documents where the Wyoming Business Council BRC grants were used to build some of these projects?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I did. I was actually just looking at the one that got built here in Cheyenne. It's got a weird name, like Robin's Nest or something, I don't know. I can send it to you, but they had the community block grants. And in my personal opinion, they need to be eliminated too.
Okay, let's, anything else? Okay, others who would like to speak on this topic? And thank you, Ms. Bextel. Appreciate you bringing it to our attention. I think there's a big part of this that's much broader than what we're dealing with specifically in this case. So we'll stay fairly focused. We'll keep this conversation focused on governmental purpose, that piece of this. So everybody, please keep the conversations short and quick as we can. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name's Christian Pritchett. I'm a
And
resident.
please fill the chairs for those of you who want to speak. Sorry, go ahead, sir. Sorry.
Thank you. No worries. My name's Christian Pritchett. I'm a resident of Laramie. I am one of the principals of Blue Line Development and the developer of Flat Creek Apartments that was just referenced. Here to just provide some context and correct a little bit of information that's been put out there in the public ethos.
And your
Yes,
last
sir.
name, Christian?
Pritchett, Pritchett.
Thank you. Sorry, I
Yes, sir.
just didn't hear that.
So I know that we're narrowly focused on governmental purpose here. I do want to correct one thing that my partners and I in Blue Line, we own 6 properties around Wyoming. I wish they were worth $192 million, but they are not. We have developed some other properties as a consultant on behalf of some nonprofits and housing authorities around the state. We do not own, nor have we ever owned, those properties. To my knowledge, 13 of, I believe, the 16 developments that we have developed in the state pay property taxes. 5 of the 6 that we own currently pay property taxes, and the one that does not is Flat Creek Apartments. This is consistent with what has been in a generally accepted practice in 8 states that we've developed in. 6 of those have statutorily defined property tax exemptions when there is long-term control by a housing authority or a nonprofit. The only states that do not have statutorily defined exemptions for this type of development are Wyoming and New Mexico. We've developed in Montana, Colorado, Utah, North and South Dakota, and Minnesota, and all of those states have statutory exemptions for a similar type structure here. So within Flat Creek Apartments, the housing authority owns 0.01%. Ms. Bextel was correct. We own 0.0067%, which is less than what the housing authority owns. And that's by necessity due to the low-income housing tax credit structure. The ownership of the development cannot be bifurcated from the individuals that claim those credits. We do not claim those credits. Those are generally large financial institutions that invest in these developments in exchange for utilizing those credits. And that's what allows us to keep the debt load down on these buildings and therefore charge lower rents. Within Flat Creek Apartments, the housing authority has a right of first refusal at the end of the compliance period to purchase the building, therefore giving them long-term control. Again, which is consistent with what we see as generally accepted practice in affordable housing across the country. So what I would say is, in addition to that tax exemption, we do not receive the benefit of that exemption. WCDA has very specific control mechanisms on the underwriting of these developments and the ongoing approval of rental increases. So our debt coverage ratio band for our debt that is private debt that we have on the property is very narrow. We have to be between a 1.2 and a 1.25 debt coverage ratio, so not a lot of wiggle room there. If we are above a 1.25 on actual performance, WCDA does not give us an approval for a rent increase. Therefore, rents stay static as we move forward. So again, we pass that benefit on to the residents at the building. If this property were to become taxable, we would be upside down on that debt coverage ratio because it was originally underwritten with that exemption. So I'll pause there, sit for questions. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions for Mr. Pritchett? Senator Dye.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry, your name again?
Christian Pritchett.
Pritchett, Mr. Pritchett, thank you. So it all looks like, sort of funny math on everything, when the debt coverage ratios don't work if you have to play in the free market, so to speak. And so there's really no free market price discovery on anything when people own 0.001% and the other one owns 0.0067%. And it looks like a lot of machinations going on to make the math work. And at the end of the day, from what we heard from previous testimony, is the people that it's intended for aren't really the ones occupying the space when they have, expensive cars and kids and nobody's contributing to the local school budget through taxes. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know where I'm going with that, but it just doesn't make any sense to me. All of these funny games that we play, and developers most generally come out looking pretty good, and the taxpayers end up subsidizing all of those profits. So I don't know if you want to comment on that.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Prick.
Thank you, Senator, and I can understand your perspective. I came into affordable housing from a traditional real estate background, and it took some specific examples for me to understand the rationale behind the programs that we utilize. I will say that the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program was established under the Reagan administration in 1986. It has long had bipartisan support because it utilizes and leverages public-private partnerships. The reason that developers like us receive a fee in developing these properties is because the ongoing residual value and rental income associated with the properties is significantly reduced. It also incentivizes private investment in the local communities, generally from large financial institutions. It's only large C Corps, generally institutions like American Express, Bank of America, PNC. These are all big investors that we've worked with that utilize these tax credits. Okay, so that keeps their tax liabilities down, allows them to administer their services to the general public at a lower cost of funds, and it gives them credit for CRA investment in the local community. So in Flat Creek, that equates to about $13 million of private investment in the local community. I will also say that we have provided every single tenant file to the Office of State Land Investment as a result of an inquiry from Secretary of State Chuck Gray. Each one of those files go through multiple levels of review to ensure compliance. And I have the income levels that we're serving here. In Teton County, we are serving individuals between 30 and 60% of area median income. That means at the lowest level, a one-person household has to make under $29,730 a year. At the highest level, a four-person household can make about $85,000 a year. The rents that we're charging are 50 to 70% less than average market rents in Teton County. So I would argue that we are serving the people that this program is intended to serve, and that's been verified.
Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for joining us today. I just want to back up to your testimony. You said that you have 6 properties in Wyoming and 5 of the 6 pay taxes. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, that is correct, and I actually did a little research on our effective property tax rates before we came as well. I compared, actually relevant, because I live in Laramie, I looked at the property taxes for the development that we own in Laramie, and our effective tax rate is about 70 basis points based on the value of that property. I looked at a single-family home in Jackson, and the effective tax rate was 46 basis points. So that means we're paying an effective tax rate that's about 50% higher than single-family homes in Jackson.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Representative
I'm recently on the Teton Assessor's website, and I'm looking for the Flat Creek Apartments tax bill. It's not coming up. Could you enlighten me on the numbers that were paid there?
I mentioned in my testimony, Flat Creek is the one that we do not pay taxes on. And again, that's as a result of long-term control and ownership from the Housing Authority.
Follow up?
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My follow-up to that would be, who currently runs the Flat Creek Apartments? Is it the affordable housing through Jackson?
Mr. Pritchett.
Mr. Chair, Blue Line Property Management manages the development using a tenant selection plan that prioritizes the Housing Authority's priorities, which includes local workforce and residents.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, sir. You said that 13 out of your 16 properties that Blue Line owns pay property taxes. What are the qualifiers on the 3 that don't?
Mr. Pritchett.
Mr. Chair, just one point of clarification. We own 6 properties in the state of Wyoming, and we pay taxes on 5 of those. We have consulted as a turnkey developer for other nonprofits and housing authorities on another 10. So we have never owned those properties. We just consulted on them in exchange for a fee and on behalf of those nonprofits. The 2 outside of Flat Creek that do not pay property taxes are owned by the Casper Housing Authority.
Representative Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You brought up, they were discussing about eligibility to occupy them. And now that's set, I think Jackson has its own standard, I believe. And is that a county, I can't remember if that was a county compiled formula? And in combination, WCDA or whoever had, also they have to sign on off of that. So really, I mean, those things are set not by the developer or other, but other agencies determine those occupancy eligibility, right?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Prickett.
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
So we always, when we're thinking about compliance of a multifamily development, we have to follow the most restrictive path. We do not get to choose any of our own compliance mechanisms or pathways. So the county has preferences that they require to go into either a tenant selection plan or a deed restriction for local residents and workforce employees. The low-income housing tax credit program, along with a couple of the other federal programs that we utilized for this property, have additional, more restrictive overlays on top of them, and those are memorialized in a land use restrictive covenant that is recorded against the property.
Representative Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And and I think also those formulas, they seem to have a percentage minimum of occupancy, or do they, or is it like 100% of the eligible people have to qualify for the program for the whole building? I thought there was a bit of a tiered difference.
Mr. Pritchett.
Mr. Chair, yes, so this is an area where there are kind of the baseline standards at the federal level and then additional state overlaid restrictions. So under the Internal Revenue Code, Section 42, which regulates the low-income housing tax credit, there are 3 minimum set-asides that you can elect for what allows you to qualify for those use of credits. The most commonly elected set-aside, it's one of 3, is that you have to restrict at least 40% of your units to individuals making 60% or less of area median income. However, the states can choose to overlay additional restrictions on that, and that is memorialized in the land use restrictive covenant the same way that the minimum set-aside would be. In the case of Flat Creek and every other development that we have developed in the state of Wyoming, we have chosen to make them 100% affordable to individuals at or below 60% of area median income. And again, that is memorialized in a recorded covenant.
I do want to warn the committee, take a step back and please make sure we stay focused on the topic that we're on. And Representative Storer, I know you have a question, so please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Pritchett, for being with us today. I'm curious to better understand how it works with the other 5 properties you have developed in Wyoming that do pay property tax. We're at a situation and how you factor that into your model for building those buildings and maintaining them. Were that and a follow-up of like, were we to do that in the Teton County property, what would you require in order to make that work so that your debt ratio actually came out right?
Mr. Pritchett.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question, Madam Representative. So in the other 5 properties where we do pay property taxes, and I'm going to look this way just because she's over here.
No worries, please.
In the other 5 properties where we do pay property taxes, we control the long-term exit strategy for those properties. So there is theoretically a bit more residual value associated with the ownership of those developments. They were also originally underwritten that way with the expectation of paying property taxes. We also don't see such a large disparity between the cost of construction and market rents that support that cost of construction as compared to the restricted affordable rents as what we do in Teton County. So specific to the question of what would it take to make it work in Teton County, because the property was originally underwritten with the exemption assumed in the operating expenses and the rents structured in a way that we fell between that 1.2 and 1.25 debt coverage ratio, What it would take is a loosening of restrictions and an increase in rents to support the payment of those taxes.
Gotcha. Co-chair, please. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Representative Sorg, did you have a follow-up? Okay, thank you.
This is just more for my education. I sat in a committee meeting last week, and they were talking about affordable housing and the school system. And it became a taxable issue, an income tax issue for them providing that. So they said that they had to rent those out at market value. So I guess my question is, how come you don't have to rent them out at market value and they do? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Mr. Chair, I believe I understand the question, and in technical terms, this probably translates to what's known as an imputed income issue. In other words, you receive a benefit that is beyond the amount that is paid to receive that benefit. And the IRS would look at that and say that's imputed income, and you have to consider that in your tax return. That holds true if we have a manager's unit. That would be the one scenario in this type of development where we could provide housing at no cost to an employee of the development or Blue Line or somebody that is affiliated with managing the property. We still have to impute the income that is associated with the free rent given on that unit. However, in the case of the in the income producing units, the restricted units, there is no imputation of income because we as the developer and our investor limited partners who put the capital into the deal are voluntarily, quote unquote, voluntarily, by undergoing this structure, we are choosing to lower the rents to a sub-market value, so there is no imputation of income.
Representative Lean and on focus. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you.
When it comes to governmental purpose, I'm trying to see how much you're contributing to our community. So I represent in Casper, and I currently have the assessor's website up, and I see that your mill levy is listed as NA, as non-applicable. So I'm wondering, could you tell me how much you pay in taxes, particularly on the 3300 Patriot Drive?
Mr. Chair, we do not own 3300 Patriot Drive. That's a property that's owned, and excuse me, is that Alder Park Apartments or is that Ravencrest?
Alder Park Apartments.
Okay,
sir.
so we do own Alder Park, and we do pay property taxes on that. I did not look at the property tax bill this morning, but we do pay, and on that development, my guess is that it's somewhere in between $30,000 and $40,000 a year, but I did not look at that one in particular.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm curious to know where the ownership comes from. I believe it was mentioned it was Ravencrest. Could you speak to how much the Casper Housing Authority owns versus Blue Line in that particular case?
Mr. Pritchett.
Mr. Chair, we have no ownership in Ravencrest, and the Casper Housing Authority is the sole general partner. Again, what is typical under a low-income housing tax credit structure is that the general partner owns 0.01% and the investor limited partner owns 99.99% for purposes of claiming the tax credits.
All right. No more questions from Mr. Pritchett? All right, let's move in. Ms. Assessor Huxtable, please, quickly.
Mr.
Go ahead. We're running out. I'm breaking my streak here of blowing my timeline. So,
Mr. Chairman, I think LSO staff had a question.
oh, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Worf did have his hand raised, but then he put it down, so.
Representative Worf, he's not, okay. Representative Worf, you have a question?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just had a question. I'm trying to think how to ask this. I wondered what is it that determines when we have an investor that owns it, what's the factor that causes somebody to own the low-income housing versus letting like the county or the local housing authority own it? It seems to me that that's kind of, it's not clear to me what we measure all that with. So I was just wondering if somebody could answer that question. What is it that determines when the local housing authority retains ownership and when they allow other invest entity to come in and own that property?
Representative, that's a great question, and I'm sure we probably could, Mr. Pritchett, if you can answer that, but please do it quickly if you could. That would be awesome. And I hate to drag you back up here. I can see I'm blowing our afternoon timeline very rapidly, so. And please keep in mind, we're gonna have to keep this very tight. I know there's a lot of data that's gonna come out, and I'm gonna ask you all to stay as focused on governmental use as we possibly can. It is absolutely critical we do that, but please proceed and ask the representative questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So WCDA administers these low-income housing tax credits generally under a competitive process, and any applicant, whether they're governmental or private nonprofit, private for-profit, are able to apply. And so long as those applications meet the priorities set forth in the Qualified Allocation Plan, which is the document that governs and regulates the use of and allocation of those tax credits, the highest scoring projects receive the allocation of credit. So that's what determines the sponsorship of the project, whether it's for-profit, nonprofit, housing authority. The use of the tax credits themselves is a key component of that, is that the partnership that utilizes those has to be taxable. So it is impossible, again, you can't separate ownership of the development from use of the tax credit. So a nonprofit or non-taxable entity could not own directly these developments and still utilize the mechanisms that bring in that private investment.
Did that answer your question, Representative?
Kind of. I mean, I guess I guess what I'm trying to get at is, if we're trying to make sure that everybody's paying their fair portion of taxes, it seems like that seems very arbitrary and capricious is what I would say, as to, when we choose to own it as a local county housing authority versus letting somebody else own it that's going to pay the tax on it. I'm just struggling to wrap my head around that.
And I'm guessing we're all struggling with that exactly, but sorry, Will, Representative, did you want to expand that question, or we're okay? Okay, we'll move on. All right.
Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. So we'll go ahead, excuse me? Oh, sorry, Representative Storr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps a question, this is a question for our next speaker, and I jumped the gun, but just wondering what the likely property tax in question would be estimated to be for the Flat Creek Apartments.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Melissa Schenkel, Teton County Assessor. To answer Representative Storr's question, that's a great question. I can't answer that today because this is a commercial property. So I would ask for their income and potentially do an income approach. So without seeing that data, I can't give you an answer. If it was straight market, probably roughly $100,000 of taxes per year. So, but with the income approach and the tax credits that they have, that would change that picture quite a bit.
That answer, Representative?
Thank you.
Thank you. So.
Yes, so.
And I apologize, I didn't catch your last name.
Oh, Melissa Schenkel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, as this property relates to the bill in question, I just want to confirm for you that I am not exempting this property under the statutes and the bill that we are speaking of. And I'm not looking at it in that way as a governmental property. There are statutes that are related specifically to housing projects. 1510-101 is where it starts. And in this section, it does say that both counties and municipalities have the power to develop housing projects. And 1510-107 specifically says that the property of a municipality or county acquired or held pursuant to this chapter is public property used for essential public governmental purposes and is exempt from all taxes and special assessments of any public body. So that is where my exemption is coming from on this property.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Shingle, for being here. And I might include Assessor Taylor in on this as well. What is the qualifier here that separates one housing project from another? And it sounds like one county deals with things one way where another county deals with things another way. As far as a state issue, is there any kind of clarity to where we have regulation, where we have some sort of direction that is given, or is this specifically a county by county, town by town thing? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell. That is a great question, and I have the same question. And I think where clarity could come is in this housing project statute, where Representative Worf was also just mentioning what is ownership? Is it a majority? Is it 1%? Is it how does that look? I question that myself. I have sought opinion from the Department of Revenue and the AG's office on this development. I have been told that I am exempting the property properly, particularly because the land is owned by the town of Jackson. And so I think that is where clarity would come in handy, is what is ownership? And again, this particular statute with the housing projects, it does contemplate a housing authority. But in many of the sections throughout this, it specifically discusses the municipality and the county. It doesn't always address an authority. So that probably wasn't helpful, but.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A quick follow-up would be, so the authority to do this lies with the counties and the towns. What would the criteria, because it sounds like there's multiple statutes available. What criteria is used to choose which statute you're going to follow at that time? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, that's another good question. I think they do define housing project with an area of operation, but it generally says means any undertaking on contiguous or non-contiguous sites to, and then it goes on to list several things. One of those qualifiers says provide or assist in providing by any suitable method, decent, safe, and sanitary housing and related facilities to persons, of low income. And so in this particular case, if it is restricted rents, it is being rented to persons of low income, I would consider this a housing project. Now, we do own, there's no secret, the county and the town in Teton County own a lot of property, a lot of homes. Those are all taxed because it is not a project. It's an individual home that's rented to an employee. And they do have to claim, it's my understanding that they do have to claim that on their taxes as a benefit. And so we do, have to account for that on those.
Okay. Okay. Other questions from Ms. Shingle? Did we cut you off in your presentation?
No, sir.
Oh, okay, sorry. Sometimes we do that. We ask questions and I forget where we were at.
That's quite all right. Thank you.
Excuse me? Oh, Representative Worf, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I had a question. When I was up in Teton County, a friend took me over and showed me, it's a school section that there was some storage units, some of those big like cargo containers that was on that property. It's a school section that's there in Teton Village. And they had like these geometrical buildings that I guess you could rent out. And then it looked like there was also some like landscaping materials that were stored on that same section. And I wasn't able to see anywhere where a tax is being paid on that. And I had a question about that. Since Ms. Shinkle's here, I thought I would ask her about that because I couldn't answer the questions that were being asked of me. So are those entities paying taxes for the use of that school section?
Ms. Shingle, please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Worf, yes, they are. They are only being assessed as personal property, however, because none of the structures are permanent because it is on the state land. And so I do send renditions to them to claim all of those units as personal property.
So currently, don't want to interrupt, but currently the taxation on that is personal property only, but they do not pay real property taxes.
That is
There's no
correct.
real property tax.
I have wrestled with that since I have been the assessor on that particular parcel once we started, or once the state started leasing it out. And I didn't tax it at first because of the state lands being exempt. And then I thought last year, boy, I'm going to tax that land. It's 20 acres of state land that has commercial development on it in some manner. There's a landscaping company that uses part of it. But again, with the bill that passed last year, that land is again not taxable. So I only tax it as personal property to the owners.
So under the current law, theoretically, based on the judgment, would that make that land taxable or not taxable, the real property? It would make it taxable based on the Uinta case ruling,
Yes,
correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
So I
Before
just
last
laughed. You
year's
said
bill.
you've struggled with it. Clearly, the whole committee is struggling with this exact problem.
Yes. And,
So join the club.
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, I also have a huge issue in Teton County with the federal housing. If I send a tax bill to the federal government, they're not paying it. So, I mean, their housing is taxable.
Yeah.
But I can't get them to respond in a friendly way with a check. So,
Fair enough.
which is neither, my position is, I don't care if it's taxable or not. I don't care what the revenue is. My job is to assess the property if that's what the legislature requires. And so,
Well, I think probably some of this specific case, we may need to have, as I said, we're kind of going to end up moving toward this bill that's going to be, we're going to have to work. But I do think that this problem is bigger than this, obviously. And I even think public, I'm going to argue that the governmental purpose discussion has clearly broadened, good or bad, maybe intentionally or unintentionally on my part. I think we're finding it's a broader question, and so we need to make sure we get this piece right. But thank
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, Representative Worf, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, you're okay, Mr. Chairman. I didn't want to cut you off, but I didn't want you to move on either, because I bring this question up on purpose. I mean, obviously, it was my county that sued the state, over the section that my assessor had felt like they should be paying taxes on. And I wanted to bring this up because I really, seems like the more I look at this, the more I'm thinking that the standard that has been established has been that we haven't been collecting taxes on these state lands. They've assumed that it's, they're giving them the fact that it's for some kind of governmental purpose because it goes to the schools. That revenue goes to the state trust. But to me, that's why I wanted that asked. And I guess the question I have, knowing where that parcel of land is, I would think that that land is worth so much more to be used in a different purpose or different fashion than it's currently being used. I mean, this is right in the foot. I mean, it's in the shadow of the Teton mountain range. I mean, Teton Village is right next to it. And I guess that's the question I have is, who is it that decides who gets to use that land? All that stuff's portable. And I guess I don't know whether that's the county that's doing that. But I question if we're trying to look at how we generate revenue for the state. I don't think that the current use is probably the most beneficial use of that section of property. So I guess I would be interested in seeing what the assessor thinks that should be.
Ms. Shingle, if you care to respond to that, that's a broad question and.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Worf, we do have the concept of highest and best use. And if that were to be applied to that section on Teton Village Road, which abuts a very exclusive neighborhood and private golf course, yes, I can't even estimate right now what that taxable value would be. I would liken it probably similarly to the Kelly parcel, but I think more valuable because of the proximity to amenities.
So.
Thank
But
you.
I think you've probably asked a question that we almost can't answer here, Representative Worf. So, anyway.
Well, I asked that for a purpose, and that is because I do think we need to look at this. These are some points that we need to capture, Mr. Chairman.
I would not argue with that. In fact, this was a little bit of what we were trying to accomplish by opening up a couple of these issues to maybe give us a little bit better understanding and broader understanding of it. So, no other questions for Ms. Shingle? We will move on. Assessor Huxtable, please.
Mr. Chairman, Dixie Huxtable, Converse County Assessor. Thank you, committee, for allowing me to hopefully be very brief. When the word Converse County came up in some of the previous testimony, I felt like I had to get up and share some information with you. Converse County does have 2 housing authorities based on the statutes that Ms. Schinkel referenced. I have a Glen Rock Housing Authority and a Douglas Housing Authority that has housing projects, both for senior housing, and they're both exempt. And they're exempt under that statute. Not because the city or any authority owns it, but because it's under that statute specifically.
Was that 1510 what did you say? Did you say 107 or did I capture that? 101.
15.
Starts at 101.
101.
sorry about
Starts with 1510 101.
So under the same statute?
Correct.
Thank you.
I also have a project in my county referenced from some previous testimony that is taxable. And it is a low-income tax credit house. So you were talking about that in this topic, and they do get tax credits. That property is valued by me and it is taxed. As with all properties, we look at cost approach, income approach, market approach. In the income approach, as Ms. Schinkel mentioned, we do look at the low-income tax credits. We do put those into the income stream when we're looking at an income approach to determine a value using that approach and then reconcile the 3 approaches together. The Department of Revenue has developed several years ago a process for us to use those credits and how they should be standardized and consistently used through the state. And I believe all assessors are doing that. Bear in mind, you have to get the income. As Ms. Schinkel said, that is the sticking point. Wyoming is a self-reporting state. There is no mechanism for us to get that income from the taxpayers. It's only when they give it to us, either through an appeal or voluntarily, that we're allowed to use that in that income approach. There was an appeal that triggered all that. It started out partially in my county. We took to the state board about the low-income tax credit. So they do play a big, important part in the valuation of these properties. And they do pay taxes. It is usually based on a value that is somehow reconciled between a cost approach and an income approach. We don't have a lot of market sales of restricted rent housing at this time, at least not in my county. So with that, I would stand for any questions that you have about either one of those topics.
Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today. You said that this was self-reporting. Income is voluntary to report. If you can't get enough income from them, would you by default then go to the cost approach?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, yes, typically that is what we would do. However, it's been my experience the WCDA is very helpful with that information. They can provide us information on these projects that are a part of their programs, whether it's a home program and a low-income tax credit program, a Section 42. They can give us information if it's rent restricted, what their minimum and maximums are. That is a default for me when I'm using an income approach to say, I may have a taxpayer that provides me with his income statement. It may or may not be representative of the market, but I can go to the WCDA and get some of that information for similar type properties in my county and see what is the minimum and maximum allowed rent and a minimum and maximum allowed expenses, and use that to determine if that taxpayer gave me an appropriate or justifiable market income statement. And that can help me maybe create some factors that would be applicable to the cost approach. As you know, in cost approach, you consider all forms of depreciation, physical, economic, and functional. So that's where we get that. It is difficult if you don't have the income. That is a very true statement.
Representative Lee.
Follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Huxtable. You mentioned in Converse County that you have multiple of these buildings. Are they owned, that are tax exempt? Are they owned by the Blue Line Development Group?
Ms. Huxtable.
Chairman Locke, Representative Lean, the ones I spoke of particularly are owned by those two housing authorities. They're owned by the Glen Rock Housing Authority and the Douglas Housing Authority. Those were housing authorities created by those two municipalities, and they own the properties. There's multiple buildings within each property, but because they're senior housing and they have some supplemental buildings, but they are owned by that housing authority. The one that is owned by the quote-unquote developer we've talked about today is taxable. It is on the tax roll and fully taxable at fair market value.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Huxtable? Thank you, Ms. Huxtable. I really appreciate you bringing some additional,
I'm
Ms.
sorry,
Shingle. No,
Chairman Locke, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have one thing to add, I think in regards to Representative Campbell's question about clarity within the statute. I would be remiss if I did not read the rest of this statute, 1510-107, which says, this tax exemption does not apply to any portion of a project used for profit-making enterprise. So another place of clarity that I think would be helpful is, what is a profit-making enterprise? Is it a company who's leasing property to the lowest income persons in a community? Or is it the gas station in Uinta County? That would be helpful. Thank you.
You have Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Forgive me, I forgot your last name.
That's okay.
Would you agree that a profit is any gain?
Yes.
Okay. If no other questions, thank you, both of you, the assessors, for giving us some input here. I really do appreciate that. Sir, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Nick Agopian, I represent the Teton County Board of County Commissioners. I provided just recently, I think staff just handed out a one-page document printed on both sides. It's a fact sheet that was created by the Teton County Housing Authority and reviewed by our county attorney. I would prefer that that stand in response to some of the things that we heard today and the committee heard today. We stand by these facts. And more importantly, we stand by our ongoing compliance. And when we talk about compliance, we heard a comment from Blue Line Development that they have provided all this information that was requested by our Secretary of State. That information was reviewed by the Office of State Lands and Investments, and it was found to be in compliance. It's my understanding today that after review at the state level by the Attorney General, by the Department of Revenue, and at the local level by our county attorney, and you just heard directly from our county assessor, we are in compliance today with state statute and local regulations. And so I don't know that there's a lot more to say. I guess I would thank this committee for drawing attention to the fact that in Teton County, we are making these sorts of partnerships work, and we are achieving the goals that are laid out in Teton County's comprehensive land use planning documents. And for that, that is to house 65% of the county's workforce within the county. And I think as Chairman Case and several others here in the room today can attest, we have spent 2-3 years talking about housing in front of the Corporations Committee, talking about housing in front of the Regulatory Reduction Task Force. And what we found is each community presents a different scenario and different willingness to invest. When we talk about these projects in Teton County, these are projects that have been invested in by the community. And I say that with confidence that the majority of the community supports the investments that have been made. The funding for these projects, in some instances, has gone to the voters under the SPET statutes. And the county has voted, and the residents have voted to tax themselves to generate income to invest in these types of projects. And so I'm not really sure what else to say in that regard. I think this committee maybe is challenged with the policy decision about do they want to continue the state's support for housing projects going forward, or do they believe that there's a better avenue to address what is now a national crisis of affordability in this country? And so for that, I'd stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gopian. Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for joining us today. Under 1510-107, we heard that if there's any profit-making enterprise, that it is to be taxable. So my question for you is have you, as Teton County Board, Housing Authority, County Commissioners, ever visited with the developer or the owner of this property in question to see if they're making profit, to see if they're taxable?
Mr. Gopian.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I can't speak to any specific discussions around the profit associated or the revenue I think that's associated. It's my understanding, and I would certainly stand to be corrected, that the lease terms, the 99-year lease terms, spell out who is eligible to live in those units. And it is that distinction identified in the lease documents that qualified under that statute. And that would come after, I believe it's in 1510-102, that the county or town has made findings prerequisite to exercising this authority. So they've already come out and publicly said that there is a shortage of safe and sanitary dwelling accommodations in the municipality or county available to persons of low income at rental or prices they can afford. So we've identified this need publicly. The local elected officials have voted on it. And then the lease terms to the developer, I believe, account for where those rents can be and who would income qualify for those units.
Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My follow-up for you would be, thank you for the clarification from 1510-102, but at the very end, it says profit-making enterprise. So is there an enterprise that is generating even $1 of profit from this Flat Creek apartment building?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lane, again, I'm not privy to that sort of information. That certainly is something that I can look into, but we have the developers before you. I stand behind the comments I made about being in compliance and hearing from the Department of Revenue that this property is being properly assessed. So I don't have any reason to believe otherwise.
Representative Lane.
Mr. Chairman, I just think for the committee's discussion and furtherance on this legislation, we need to consider that 1510-102 and 1510-107 could potentially be in conflict of each other, just for us to keep in mind.
Senator Wright, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pronounce this right, Mr. Agopian?
You got it.
Did I get it? Okay. This is probably a little off subject, but I got to throw it out there. Philosophically, would you agree that government comes in to try and fix problems that they create, and government intervention is bad for the housing market? I mean, number one, a lot of the crisis and the prices of housing going up is because of inflation. The definition of inflation is the money supply, the increase in the money supply. Prices are just a symptom of the circulation of money in the economy, where we added 44% M2 money supply into the market since COVID, since 2020. So philosophically speaking, I mean, I appreciate all that you're trying to do, but I think the further we go into government intervention in housing markets creates a lot more problems than we really need. That we're creating more problems than we already have. And it's really not the role of government effectively to be in the housing business. It should be completely in the private sector. Would you agree with that?
Mr. Gopi.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, respectfully, I don't agree with that. I think specifically here in Teton County, the citizens and our local government have decided, and the number of units that are available in Teton County that are low income, affordable, defined in a variety of different ways, show the success of government partnership. And I don't say intervention, this is partnership, this is investment. And so in that regard, I think that Teton County is succeeding with its government partnership. We saw a private developer in the room working with us. We're working with at the state level. So in that regard, I don't agree with that sentiment. That certainly is an opinion that we're all in. Was there a second? Forgive me, Mr. Chairman, was there a second part of that question?
That's good, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? If not, hands up. Oh, Representative Storr.
Oh, certainly.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps just a commentary on Senator Ide's question. I think you have a good point. In the case of Teton County, I mean, we have had a problem with affordable housing for decades. So I think it's important to look at the long-term perspective. And in fact, our problem is more people want to live here than we are able to house, and that the housing cost is so high. I do think there are reasons why the cost of housing is so high, and I think government has something to do with that. I think we certainly create an incentive for people to move to Wyoming, and especially to Teton County, because of our low tax structure, and perhaps because of our trust structures, because of our structure around a number of entities that you can create in Wyoming that save you taxes. Perhaps because there are 30 commercial flights that land and take off a day on a regular summer day here. So Teton County has become a place that people want to live, and people especially with money. That makes it much harder to create housing for our workforce. So that's really the issue that we are trying to address here. And it is not an issue really that I think has to do with property tax. If we want to, if we're concerned about whether a property like this, that might be taxed at $100,000 a year, when essentially like the 4% cap that we have put on has taken $400 million of assessed value out of Teton County, as an example. So I think I feel like the dog is chasing the tail or something here, that the real issue really should be what our tax policies are, not whether we a community like mine has a reason to build affordable housing. Thank you.
Senator Case, please. Sorry, Representative Storer, did I cut you off? Is that, you done?
No, I'm done.
Okay, good, sorry. Senator Case.
Mr. Chairman, just to explore this briefly, can we ask the assessor, how many mill levies do you have in Teton County?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, the county currently assesses, I believe, 7.56 out of the 12.
And then what's the total mill levy on a piece
The
of property?
total mill levy.
Sorry,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, is 57.299.
And how many of those mills, Mr. Chairman, are for schools?
The majority.
Like 40? 42?
At least 43.
43.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, so I think we got to take this a little bit of perspective.
Yes.
Back to Senator Ide's comment. When the county decides that they want to give away the property taxes, they're also giving away the property taxes that go to the schools, which have to be made up by other school districts and other sources of revenue across the state. It's not benign. It may have good policy ramifications, but counties that levy 7.5 mills, they're not giving up much when they decide to pursue this. But they're giving up 43 mills that would have been valued, that actually would have been in the big pot, how we fund schools in the state. And there's no say in that other than following this law. So we have to be careful how we apply it. That's the only point I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Case. All right, any other questions? Oh, and our next speaker,
All right.
Mr. Hoverson, please.
Scott Hoverson, I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Community Development Authority in Casper. And I'll keep this on point, as you said, to the government purpose on the tax exemption. WCDA does not make any determination when a project comes to us for funding under our low-income housing tax credit, the home, or our National Housing Trust Fund funding. That is part of their capital structure and how they pay for those units and how they keep those rents low. So we have nothing to do with that, and thank goodness, after hearing some of the conversations, it's a very difficult thing to determine. But we do allocate our federal resources, and we're good stewards of that money. We get approximately $13 million a year from federal sources. The Low-Income Housing Tax Credit, the National Housing Trust Fund, the Home Investment Partnership Act money. And then we, about 5 years ago, we took on the Community Development Block Grant that the Wyoming Business Council previously had. That's not specifically towards housing, but more for infrastructure and other purposes. So we look at that, and we have a competitive process that applicants, including housing authorities around the state, other nonprofits and other entities, put in for those monies. That's all scored out. We rank those, and then it's generally the highest ranked that we give in order the funding that we have available. So out of those, we can probably fund about 3 projects a year, and we usually have 13 to 14 applications for that money. So it's a limited resource that we have money to be able to provide for, but once we do approve those projects, those top ranked projects, then it's about 2 years for construction of those projects to go get actual bids, go out and get those projects built. One of the things that we do during all of that time is we keep a close watch on that. During the construction, we've got a team that goes out and makes sure when they're putting in for some of their payments that they're actually where they're supposed to be in the project and do that. That's just the early on type of compliance when we're paying some of that money out. But once that building goes to be occupied, we review a portion of those tenant files to make sure that they're keeping them in those those AMI limits that they're restricted to. So we are out at every project, and we have about 6,000 units around the state. We're at those projects at least every 3 years. If we're finding where property conditions or tenant files are kind of not to the level that they should be, we have to report those to the governmental entity that provides that funding. And then we go back sometimes yearly just to make sure that they have cleaned things up and are doing those properly. So we do have a strict compliance type of deal. The other area of compliance is the low-income housing tax credit. The person who buys those tax credits, that's their utmost important thing, is that those are being rented to those people of those incomes, because if they lose that tax credit, that's millions of dollars that they have as a federal tax, their credit against their taxes. And those are very important. We haven't had, that I know of, any of those tax credits, lost or that they ended up being taxed on. So that's one of the areas, that's why we keep such strict compliance, but they are also in there looking at those files just to make sure that the property manager is following all of those rules. So like I said, we have nothing on the determination of the taxing of that entity. That's just part of that, to where they may be able to do that. And I will note that the only ones, there's like the Wyoming Housing Network owns Robbins Point, which is the newest one that opened here. And they are taxed on that property. They're not a public housing authority like the Casper Housing Authority or Jackson Teton Housing Authority, or those that have that right for that governmental exception. So there is a large amount of those properties in the state that are affordable housing that are being taxed. So with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hoversland. Question from Mr. Hoversland, please. Thank you so much
All right, thank you.
for taking some time to bring us up to speed on that as well. All right, excuse me? Break. Oh, so I think, are going to step into working the bill, but we're going to take maybe just a, excuse me, did I?
Mr. Chairman,
Represent?
I want to move to table this bill.
Let's do this.
It's non-debatable.
Okay. Is there a second? I guess I can't debate.
Go straight to a vote.
I'll second.
All right. I guess at this point, it's not a debatable motion, yes? So we have to proceed. Do we want to do this by voice, or do we need to do this by roll call? Can do a voice vote? All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Voice.
Let's do a
Roll call.
Let's do a roll call.
Senator Case? Senator Dockstader?
No.
Senator Ide?
Aye.
Senator Pappas is excused. Representative Brown?
Aye.
Representative Campbell?
Aye.
Representative Lean?
No to table.
Representative Lucas?
No.
Representative Riggins?
No.
Representative Storer?
Yes to table.
Representative Stivar?
Aye.
Representative Wharf?
No to table.
Co-Chairman McEwen?
I think we need a break right now. Aye.
Chairman Locke?
Aye. It's a tight split there.
I think the noes have it.
Yeah.
That's 7 ayes, 6 no, Mr. Chairman, to table the bill.
7 to 6 noes. No. 7 ayes, 6 noes? I guess it's tabled. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break, I guess, so. And we'll be back for the last topic this afternoon, and I'm sorry I'm keeping everybody late. turn on the mic, quit screaming. Okay, got it. Perfect. I can do that. All right, so we're going to move into the last discussion for the day, and we're going to kind of move along here again, or try to not make it as long as the last one. Let's go ahead and jump in there. LSO on the bills that are there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Josh
Mr. Anderson, please.
LSO. We had this topic of kind of electricity taxes on our interim topics and then on the agenda at the last meeting. And these two bill drafts requests came out of that discussion. This first bill, 26 LSO 189, this was this idea of this bill has been around a couple of years, and this bill was kind of the impetus of electricity tax subcommittee that we discussed some at the last meeting. And this was kind of, this idea was the subject of that bill. Essentially, it would provide a electrical generation tax on all types of electrical generation, but then allow for credits against that for other taxes paid, and also would provide a sales tax exemption. So just real quickly going through the bill, Mr. Chairman, starting on page 2, really the first, a lot of this language that you'll see in here is kind of mirrors some of the other language in our other tax code, and I won't necessarily talk about that in depth, such as the definitions and administration section. The imposition section, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Lucas.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, could you please put the mic just a little closer to you? Thank you so
Sorry, Mr.
much.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr.
Do my
Anderson.
best. First change, Mr. Chairman, 3924-103, the imposition section. There is levied an excise tax on the privilege of producing electricity in this state. Tax shall be imposed on the sale of any electricity produced in Wyoming on or after January 1, 2027, and shall be paid by the person producing the electricity. Tax shall be imposed on the annual gross earnings from electricity produced in Wyoming. The tax rate in 104 shall be 3.5% of the annual gross earnings from electricity produced in this state. The exemption section there, 2 exemptions: no tax shall be imposed on electricity that is produced from a generating facility owned or operated by the federal government or the state of Wyoming, and no tax shall be imposed on electricity that is produced for the personal consumption of the producer, including excess electricity that does not exceed 500 kilowatt hours in a 24-hour period. In 107 on page 4, these reporting requirements. The producer is required to report in paragraph 1, the annual gross energy earnings from energy produced in Wyoming on or before February 1 of the year immediately following the year in which that electricity was produced. Sales of electricity in Wyoming that could or be subject to sales or use tax under 3915-103 or 16103, regardless of any exemption that may apply. Those sales of electricity shall be reported by a sales tax jurisdiction as required by a rule of the department. Payment of the tax shall be one time each year on or before February 1 of the year immediately following that year in which the electricity was produced. Again, these enforcement provisions in 108 are essentially a standard language, so I don't intend to go through those unless there's questions, but provides for interest, penalties, and liens. Then on page 8, Mr. Chairman, tax remedies, these are the credits that I discussed. So it provides that each taxpayer is entitled to a credit against tax liability under this chapter for all excise, sales, use, severance, and ad valorem taxes paid in the applicable tax year by the same taxpayer to any taxing authority in Wyoming. If the taxpayer produces electricity and uses in that production any mineral that is taxed under Chapter 14, which is the severance taxes, the person producing the electricity shall be subject to, shall, subject to subparagraph 2, be entitled to a credit equal to the amount of that severance tax paid. And then 2 just provides that to qualify for a credit for severance taxes paid by another person. The person shall provide documentation that demonstrates the amount of severance taxes paid on the minerals that were consumed in the production of electricity. And then 3 just provides that no refund shall be due if the credit exceeds the tax liabilities. And then on page 10, Mr. Chairman, the distribution section, this creates the electrical generation account and provides that all taxes be deposited in that account and be invested by the state treasurer. And then it's the intent of the legislature that a portion of the funds in the account be used to provide payments to local governments for sales tax that would have been collected if sales of electricity reported under the reporting provision were subject to the sales tax. And then on page 11, Mr. Chairman, there's just one conforming change there on line 6, and then the exemption from sales tax on page 11, lines 17 and 18. Sales of electricity that are subject to the tax under this chapter would be exempt from sales tax. And then finally, Mr. Chairman, section 3, you'll see in the staff comment there that this would repeal chapter 22, which is the tax on wind resources. And just to note there that the distribution of those taxes would be different. So that might be something for the committee to consider, and could also consider repealing the tax on nuclear reactors, as that is also would be credited under this bill. So that's the bill essentially, Mr. Chairman. I'd take any questions.
Questions for Mr. Anderson, Representative Riggins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. One of these things on this bill that as I look, this is like the second or third iteration of this bill. Came out in 2024, last session 2025. And so thought we'd examine this more closely. I noticed in your, and this is probably came out of DOR's numbers, the issue brief on this. And it was talking briefly about what would kind of tax this would actually generate based on the volume and the 3.5% rate. So I noticed in your guys' example in this issue brief, you put down that this would generate $133 million, for example, in the example, and then the tax credits would be applied were $115 million. So, and I've done some other calculations on this, and I don't think that difference would be even that great. I think this would be almost a wash completely. As I looked at this bill and studied a little bit more. So I was looking at it from like 2024 production, I think was probably a total of 41 million megawatt hours. And if you do the math on that, I think it's about 1.3 billion dollars, and then 3.5% of that comes out. I'd have to double check, but I know that it was less money than the actual total taxes applied that are going to be exempted from that. And I think that's fairly routine in most of the calculations I've seen on this. Now, when I saw this one, I was wondering how many dollars per megawatt you used as a cost basis to get your 133 million. Or are there more megawatts being developed or generated that aren't actually sold? And that's why you get this number, because at least there was a difference of about, $18 million. And
Do we need to get you some help on this, Mr. Anderson? I think this conversation might be a little broader and maybe some additional detail. Thank you so much.
so if you can run through that calculation a little bit, how you got to that point, because I don't think there'd even be $18 million left, maybe $2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Sackett, Senior Fiscal Analyst for the Legislative Service Office. It might be helpful. So we didn't do a new complete fiscal analysis on this bill because we have the one from last session, 2025 LSO 0561. Dalton can hand that out. Fundamentally, it's the same bill, except for the idea of if you would remove the megawatt hour tax on wind or not. So that would have a impact on how these credits work right now. The wind energy companies would get a credit for their megawatt hour tax. So moving forward with this, if you guys sponsor this, we can do some new refined estimates based on a whole lot of data. There's probably 20 data sheets within the Excel file that this feeds. I think, Mr. Chairman, directly to Representative Riggins' question, it would be updated, but based on final 2023 data from EIA, there was about 43.1, 43.2 million megawatts. Of that, 30.8 is coal. And then wind was about 8.6 million.
So how did you, may I?
Yes, Representative
Thank you,
Riggins,
Mr.
please.
Chairman. And I don't know if you could tell me this or not. What did you use for, I don't know, cost basis per megawatt? Did you average it out or did you break it down by category of who was generating it?
Mr. Sackett?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Riggins, yes, that's part of the 20 sheets that we would have to update, but it would be all data from EIA and other sources to get basically cost per megawatt by each industry. So each industry would vary depending on then what the newest data was. That would then, we'd get basically a gross revenue from megawatt hours, to get the gross revenue, and then we would put, this current bill is 3.5%, and to your point, Representative Riggins, on that fiscal note, if you see, there's about 127.8 million, this was last year, that'd probably go up a little bit, but also 108 million in credits. So that results in that overall electric generation account of $19 million, you see there at the top. But because we are exempting the sales and use tax on electricity, you see those negative numbers up above, which has the general fund share and the local share, which comes out to about 43.4 million. So generally a net negative of 24.4 million. That rate, that 3.5% is key to that. If you raise that rate, then you would be generating more money, but that's a function of those, credits being run out and additional taxes being paid. I'll stand for any further discussion or questions, I guess.
Representative Riggins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the other things, how many, let's see how I should phrase this. The number of megawatts, we just talked about earlier today, like some of the generation that's gonna be exempt from these calculations if you enforced it. For example, we have the one when it says megawatts, you have a limitation on what could be counted for consumer use, right? Using their own product. For example, I know some facilities that generate their own power, but they have to use load banks because of the production equipment requires emission controls and all that. So they sell a little bit of that power every day instead of using load banks. So then they would have to start doing calculations because it says for all generated electricity in all sources. That's in the bill, right? So they would have to start doing the calculations about what would be the accounting now, the accounting cost, not only for all the tax exemptions, but all these other little places that are probably gonna have to account for that stuff. I would think that's gonna number a little bit. It's gonna be a significant cost, I think. And that cost would not be spread about all across the operation of that facility. I mean, operation of that company. Wyoming consumers, I think, would be impacted by those calculations, that additional cost for all the accounting that's gonna be necessary for that. I think you guys mentioned that in that report, that the accounting might be significant.
Mr. Chairman.
Sackett, please.
Representative Riggins, I think that's a good question. The way we kind of looked at this originally is just the EIA data, so we don't have specific information from small producers. I can imagine a small producer who was now having to account for these gross revenues and whatnot, and then remitting a tax would vary probably by the size and sophistication of those companies, but they would be, remitting a tax and accounting for credits, if they have, depending on the scope and, different, sources of maybe the electric generation that they have.
Other questions, Representative Lean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Anderson, am I correct in my understanding that this bill does not charge, or it doesn't touch net metering? Those folks that are generating their own power are not being charged?
Mr. Anderson?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions for them? Senator Case?
Mr. Chairman, I hope you take a look at it from a little higher level. One thing that's amazing about this tax is that there's a way to impose a tax on the generation of electricity, generation sales, gross receipts, and account for all the other taxes that Wyoming producers pay. And some electricity providers in Wyoming pay a lot of local taxes. Some don't pay very much at all. And this is actually a way to kind of look at all the oars and see which oars are pulling the boat in Wyoming and make sure that they pull their fair share of taxes. There's a way to do it at the same time without burdening Wyoming customers. We heard from electricity providers that there's no way that you can give a credit to just Wyoming customers and impose a tax. Because the unique thing about Wyoming's market is more than half the electricity is exported, purchased by somebody else. That's a powerful incentive to look at this. And if you can do that, at the same time not burden our existing customers. Now, you can't do it within the electricity tax. That would violate interstate commerce. But we have a sales tax that we totally control. We can set that rate on electricity. Doesn't have to be the same rate as everything else. It's an excise tax on electricity that goes to the state. We could set it at 0. And so that means that you could offset it with a 5% gross receipt tax, roughly. That means there's no increase to Wyoming customers, none. And yet you shift all that burden outside the state. That would be a very powerful, simple tax. Can't be that simple because who's going to scream in that method? Local governments. Local governments now that enjoy the data center market, which have an astounding amount of revenues for electricity to local governments. So do you want to impose this tax and keep local governments whole or not? I suspect that's where you could really make this tax very powerful if you kind of thought about that distribution more and not make them whole, make them less than whole. And if Wyoming customers were willing to accept, say, maintain the sales tax on electricity, but just have a 1% gross receipts tax, we would double our money by bringing it in from out of state. That would be astounding. That would be a big amount of money. So the power of this tax is only in the ink because of the credits. We can decide what that is. With regard to the accountability for this tax, I very definitely take issue that this would be necessarily complicated. Those sales are already reported. And, that makes it a very easy tax to administer. And I think we could hear from the Department of Revenue about that. They know about electricity sales because they're taxable. They're taxable right now with a sales tax. So, I know that there's a big push from the industry about this, but we have some forms of electricity. Solar doesn't pay anything but property tax and sales tax. And they'll tell you how big that is, but they'll never tell you the base of that. Wind will come up here and they will sit here this afternoon and they will say they pay enormous taxes, but they'll never tell you the base of the investment and and the contributions to Wyoming. And the truth is, our fossil fuel-based resource, Mr. Detai's here, they pay a lot of taxes. Between the severance and the property tax on coal, between the property taxes on the coal-fired power plants and the other taxes they pay, it's an enormous contribution. And other forms of generation don't. They don't match up. So I hope you'll give it more look. And it's a matter of deciding what your policy goals are rather than saying, well, as it's written in this bill, it doesn't pencil out. Those are choices you can make. If you just took the electricity sales tax down to 2% and put a 5% gross receipts tax on, Wyoming customers will get a 3% increase. Everybody else in the world will get a 5% increase, and they'd return it back to Wyoming. That would be very powerful. That could help us to bridge. We live on electricity income taxes now. We don't know it, but it's called the coal severance tax because coal is only produced to make electricity. None of Wyoming coal is used for anything else. There's a very tiny percentage that has been used in the past for what they call metallurgical coal. The coal trains, those are electricity taxes. This would be no different. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sackett, could you tell me, when it came to the 2025 property tax reductions, you may not know this, we might have to do it tomorrow. Could you tell me how much the state contributed towards the school foundation account for the lack of property taxes being generated?
Mr. Sackett, is that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, good question. I'll have to get back to that. We did talk a little bit about, I think, the question, and we might have had that question wrong a little bit. What we did look at was how much of the reduction from the property tax exemptions that were, given the 25%, the 50%, the 4% cap, of that 200 million, about 123 million of that was for the school foundation program for education. So I don't think that's exactly what you asked, but that is what we had looked in terms of the question we had kind of had talked about.
Representative Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Sackett. And just for the committees, to follow my thought process on that, as I listened to Senator Case, if we're going to give this tax truly back to the Wyoming people, my thought process is that maybe we could use this tax to fund our education process and that we could remove those mills off the burden of the Wyoming people.
Other questions for LSO? Any other questions? Representative Riggins.
I would ask the LSO, Nancy offered some new formula and some new math. We'd have to take a little bit harder look at that to see about advancing this bill, I think. I think it'd be difficult. I mean, I wouldn't move forward on this particular bill the way it's drafted with the current formula that's in place. I would offer an amendment to this bill for that purpose.
Okay, so when we work the bill, maybe we'll have to talk about that. Do we want to get, sorry, go ahead. Do you have additional things to talk about? Well, let's open. Oh, yep.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add that if there are some ideas for different sales and use taxes and whatnot, I can refresh and update these information based on that idea of some different gross revenues rate. Right now it's 2.5. If you want to change that 5 and do sales tax at 2, we can work those and come up with estimates down the road. But.
Sorry,
Please, Co-Chairman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can we get a breakdown by industry on this? I'm having a hard time reconciling it in my mind from wind, solar, coal, gas.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chairman. Yeah, we do calculate these all out by the different major, industries in generating electricity. So that could be part of that analysis, because we do calculate, the credits especially, for coal because of all the different taxes coal plays, as Senator Case was talking about. Natural gas, petroleum, other generation, hydroelectric, solar, wind. But out of all of those, wind and coal account for 91% of all electric generation in Wyoming. So,
And the percentage that's coal versus wind, if you don't mind me asking?
yeah, Mr. Chairman, 71.4 roughly for coal and 20% for wind.
Thank you. Sorry, Co-Chairman. Please.
Yeah, I guess here's where I'm at wrapping my head around this. Right now, wind is taxed at $1 a megawatt, is that correct?
Megawatt hour, Mr. Chairman.
Megawatt hour, yes, sir. And it produces 50 or so?
Mr. Sackett.
A windmill produces about 50 megawatts.
It's got to be in terms of hours.
Megawatt
It's
hours.
like, a big wind, there are people here that can testify, but a big wind turbine is like, say, 2 megawatts, but it doesn't run 100% of the time. So it's called the capacity factor. So it's the amount of time it runs, times the time in the year. That's where you get your production. And they'll run about 30 to 40% of the time. And I'm not trying to, maybe somebody's got a better number, but something like that.
Yeah, I just would like to get to the bottom of it. Every time I turn around, somebody tells me something different. And I think I know what I want to ask, I just don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I've got you pros up here, a few comments that Senator Case made, gross receipts tax, coal severance tax, oil and gas severance tax. Maybe it's just semantics, but wouldn't those be a corporate income tax effectively? And maybe explain to me the difference between a gross receipts tax, a severance tax, and a corporate income tax.
Mr. Sackett.
Mr. Chairman, good question. We might need a little further depth into this, but the severance tax and stuff are all tied to the extraction of the minerals. So we would use those as the credits. The gross receipts tax will be on the gross revenue of the hours, megawatt hours produced as a gross receipt. So, income tax can get, broader with other things, but it would be a tax on the gross receipts.
Mr. Chairman, can I weigh in on that?
Yeah, Senator Case, please.
Mostly when we think of income, an income tax is based on your net income. It's a tax of that. So it deducts everything. Severance and property taxes, they are a gross receipts tax of sorts because they're ad valorem taxes. They're on the value of the product. Now, there are deducts and things, and it's kind of complicated in formulas. But so they are a form of gross receipts or income tax, if you will. In Wyoming, our Constitution says that we cannot put in an income tax unless we recognize the credits given that the taxpayer makes. And this makes, to me, that's always been kind of fascinating. Because what that piece of our Constitution really says is that an income tax is only going to work where people aren't paying taxes now. And this tax is modeled on that. Because by allowing the deduction of the electricity producer of all the other taxes they pay in Wyoming, we recognize their contribution to the state, and we only end up taxing those that aren't making a contribution exactly as it's laid out in our Constitution with respect to the income tax. And it really is an amazing equalizer. And if you think of the electricity landscape shifting from traditional fossil fuels to in 10 years, 20 years, being mostly renewable-based production, or possibly with nuclear, then you can think, how is our tax structure prepared for that? This kind of a tax would set us up for that. It's not really about now, it's also about the future. Just like our severance tax, that was something that they put in the late 1970s, early 80s. Actually, it was late 60s, early 70s, that set us up for today, because they thought ahead. I'd hope we'd think ahead.
Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You factored in, you said coal 71.4, wind 20%. Where does natural gas generated electricity fit into this?
Mr. Sackett.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Dockstader, natural gas generation's around 5.75% of the total.
Thank you.
This is according to, Mr. Chairman, EIA data, because that's how we get the megawatt hours as reported to the EIA, so.
So if I hear that right, 76 and change for gas and coal-ish. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, all other, yeah, there is some hydro and solar in there, so yeah, that's.
Thank you. Sorry, Senator Dockstader, please.
Just
I'm
as
sorry.
I'll be voting on it because it's something in terms of a bigger picture vote, but I am associated with a co-op that generates hydro and may generate natural gas in the future, electricity, just so I make a declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Co-chair, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you know where uranium and that severance tax falls out on that scale? Is that part of the 4% other?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sackett.
Senator McEwen, yes, uranium's at 4%. Currently, there's no electric generation from uranium in Wyoming and would not be for a fair while.
Okay. Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe to co-chairman's question about calculating the megawatts for wind turbines, that's about one of the most simpler things we have, because last year, 2024 is about 8.4 million megawatt hours. And being as the system's set up for that, it's almost like tons per coal. It's a unit of measure that we can calculate easily. And at least that's one thing that's surprisingly easy about it. And so, and that also applies to what the gross receipts would end up being that, because we already have those calculations, how many megawatt hours we're already producing. You don't know what the price is. You could estimate that price. And I think if I did, and then I applied the taxes exemptions from it, I'm sure that there would be, we would owe them $8 million, but there can't owe them money. But I think it would, in that particular case, it would wipe out, the exemptions would far surpass the gross receipts for that particular category of power.
Say that again.
Like it,
Mr. Chairman, can we get him to go over that again?
Yeah, please
So-
repeat that. Yeah, thank you, Senator. Okay.
So 8.5 million megawatt hours at, just pick say $30 per megawatt. So I'll do that quick. Not that quick. So $252 million gross receipts times 0.035. $8.82 million is what that would generate. I'll bet they pay more taxes than $8.82 million for that 8 million megawatts. I kind of figured there's probably a general megawatt per hour tax liability for Wyoming if you average it out. I think wind says they're the highest, say $2 a megawatt. So that would be
Mr. Chairman, I don't think the math works.
16 million.
No, I don't think it works. But we should get the information.
Yeah, I think I don't know about everybody else, but I know I'm a little bit more confused here than I was even when I started.
Well, Mr. Sackett's already
thank
got
you.
it.
Mr. Case.
Mr.
Or Senator
Sackett's
Case.
already got that information. So, Matt, what did you
So-
get for wind revenues and what did you get for deductions out of a wind?
Mr. Sackett,
So,
please.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Case, these would need updated. We have a number of scenarios here, so I'm trying to walk through for wind. The big number would be depending on the retail price per megawatt hour, which could be a big difference. Estimated gross revenue would be, at the 3.5% would be 25.3 million at 3.5% for the 8.6 million megawatt hours. The total tax credit would be about 22.5. So there would be it wouldn't be even, but they'd probably pay an extra 3 million or something.
You say they would pay in excess?
So Representative Reagan, sorry?
Gross receipts would be about 25.3 million and their tax credits would be about 22.5. Based on data from last year. So it'd be an
Senator
extra.
Case, does that match up with where you're?
Well, remember, Mr. Chairman, these are decision variables. You don't have to give a full value of credit. You don't have to give a full value of offsets to local governments, and you don't have to completely offset to Wyoming consumers, although that one makes the most sense. So you can dial these in and shift taxes over time to a new industry and not tax anymore our old industries.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just wondering if Mr. Sackett would be willing to share the old numbers with the committee, understanding that these are aged data and that we could get some new ones in the future.
Mr. Chairman, Representative
Second.
Lee. Yeah, let me work on that, it's not in a very usable form right now.
So let me take a step back and ask a broader question, because my original understanding of this bill, and as I read it, and maybe I read it in the context of my original understanding of this bill. So, well, and I'll let whoever, whether it's the LSO or I know Senator Case has a deep understanding of the bill, but the objective was to shift taxes, allow our, maybe some of our legacy core industries to be able to get some credits to, for lack of a better term, and I'll use this term carefully, make them whole. While shift and put some of those, shift some of those taxes to new industries that may not be paying, for lack of a better term, a fair share, and then maybe make the adjustment to the taxation on the public, so minimize the impact on the public. Did I summarize that accurately with what the intent? And the intent, as I understood it, was never to, as I read this bill, the intent was never to, for the core and legacy industries where you give them credits, was never to give them more credits than what the new tax would charge. Now, is that accurate to what the bill states? Did I say that accurately? Or,
Mr. Chairman, yes, I believe that's accurate.
and I'm gonna ask Senator Case if I was semi-accurate.
I think you're very accurate.
Oh, okay, I just wanted to
Yeah.
make sure I understood, because one of the things that you look at you're just looking at the fiscal note, right? I see what you're saying. You look at the fiscal note, you look at the electrical generation, and I think this note, and seeing that it costs us almost double what we're going to make, this is the levers, the switches, the decisions to be made that we would have to to make those adjustments, correct, Senator?
Absolutely, and if we didn't give the sales tax credit, it'd be an extremely powerful tax.
So I just wanted to make sure I understood.
And it would reach 50% more people outside the state.
Got it.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Senator Wright, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to add on to your summary of what this bill was supposed to do, and I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think some of the original intent was, as far as the discussion on repeal of property taxes, that this would dovetail into a sales tax, more sales tax to help fill that gap on repealing property taxes. Is that not right?
I'll leave that open to anybody who would answer that question. I don't think I can.
Mr. Chairman, if I might opine on that just a bit.
Yeah.
In a prior
Representative
discussion, I had mentioned to Senator Ide that this could be a potential possibility, and then there is a bill draft for tomorrow that does raise the sales tax in lieu of the constitutional amendment to remove property taxes to zero. And so it would be a policy decision in this electricity generation tax bill to then decide if you're going to give a credit for that sales and use tax or remove it altogether or leave it alone as it is.
I don't know how to ask this next question. Is there any other questions here? Let me ask another question. Yeah, I'm afraid to ask this question. And I know that there's been some work done on this. Do you have, Mr. Sackett, and maybe you're the right person, maybe you're not, do you have a breakdown of, let me take something as, I almost said something foolish, like something as simple, but that might not have been wrong. Something like wind, for example. So how much of, for example, of our wind power is used in the state? Is that something you have the ability to track, that we do track, that we talk to at all? Is that something you have?
Mr. Chairman, to my knowledge, we do not have that information. We could work with maybe the wind companies and whatnot, but I don't think we know by industry what goes out of state and what does not.
What stays in, what's out, okay.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure you need that, because if the tax is assessed on in-state and out-of-state the same, you don't need that. You don't need to do it by industry. You don't need to get into that at all. You just assess the total production.
Thank you, Senator Case. Representative Lee.
Mr. Chairman, there is a way that, and I'd be happy to put the steps out there for the public that's listening or for anyone in the room, that the Public Service Commission does have reports online that you can pull. They're all public information. And for instance, Rocky Mountain Power services my area. And you can see for wind tax, what is kept in state and what the tax they pay in state is, and how much of that tax is shifted to, say, Utah or California and what they pay. So I imagine that you could use that $1 per megawatt hour tax and do the multiplier to see how much of that went out of state and versus state in state.
Interesting. So at this point,
Sorry, for example, in wind, the way that tax works, it's a megawatt hour tax. So if a wind turbine is producing, it produces for a month, we don't care where the electricity went to. We don't keep track of that. But the tax is payable to the state of Wyoming and distributed according to our formula. It doesn't matter where the production goes and how the sales happen. The tax is jurisdictional to Wyoming. And so we know that more than half the production, it used to be much higher when our coal plants were running more, but we know that more than half of the electricity production goes out of state. And the renewables will say, well, that's been dropping. Yeah, that's because our coal plants aren't running as much. and they were the ones that were making the electricity. But the point is, we don't need that information to assess the taxes. We don't. The tax goes to Wyoming. We're not giving any tax to Utah. We're keeping the tax of all the sales here.
Any other questions here? I'm thinking at this point, maybe there's probably people in the room. Oh, sorry. Do you want to ask another question to LSO, or do we want to go to public comment? Public comment? Let's move to public comment. I'm sure there's other people in the room that want to talk on this topic, so I would ask that fill the seats and let's go. And I'd ask everybody keep it, I know I've asked this before, but please keep the conversations tight and focused, and I'd like to hear what other folks have to say or get some feedback on this bill as well. I think I was too, I am too.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Hank Oversland with the Wyoming Taxpayers Association. Just wanted to quickly voice our members' opposition to this bill. As you may know, we've testified in the past that every policy proposal that comes before us, we put against our cornerstones of taxation, which means that a tax policy should be just, equitable, stable, and transparent. And we have found that this does not meet those criteria. First, where those came out of was the Tax Reform 2000 Committee. And at the time, the committee actually did look at gross receipts taxes. And this was at a time when 71% of all electricity generated in the state was exported out of the state. Now we're at a time where it's 51.6% per EIA data. At the time when we were exporting that much, the Tax Reform 2000 Committee did not recommend that the state of Wyoming impose a gross receipts tax on electricity. So now with that export being lower, it just means that more costs will be put onto Wyoming citizens and ratepayers. On the equitable standpoint, what this does is just shifts the burden. Right now, we have a broad tax base on sales and use tax on the electricity for all ratepayers. By exempting that and now pushing the burden further onto business, a place at a time in Wyoming where just on, for example, property taxes, businesses pay 70% of those property taxes. So making that burden on business, a tax burden on business higher. And then finally, just on the transparency aspect and the ease of administration, I would say there's a few issues with the bill. I think there's points of clarification, like there's no definitions for the bill. What does annual gross energy earnings mean? And I think some clarity for taxpayers and for the department would be helpful. This is not as transparent as it would be hidden in rates rather than a tax that is laid out on your electricity bill each month. And we advocate for transparency in taxes. And finally, I think there's issues on administrative burdens. And I think Representative Riggins pointed this out, both with claiming a credit paid for on severance taxes by another taxpayer. How does that work, and how is that communicated and audited by the Department of Revenue or the Department of Audit? And then furthermore, this bill requires that that companies continue to track sales tax on electricity when that is expressly exempt. So it just adds another layer of administrative burden that on businesses that doesn't make sense. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I would just stand for any questions and again voice the Taxpayers Association's opposition to this bill draft.
All right, questions for Mr. Oversland?
Mr. Chairman, whether costs go up to a Wyoming business or not, other than the producers, depends on the credits. If you give a credit for sales tax to a Wyoming energy producer or a miner or a commercial deal, that depends on the nature of the tax. And it's not fair to give a blanket statement that says it will raise costs on Wyoming consumers, because it doesn't necessarily do that. That's just not fair.
So, Mr. Oversland, I have a question for you. So this is one of the things that this percentage, and in all fairness, we've all heard different numbers, but you talk about what was the time frame of the 71% shipped out? And more recently, you said that's shifted to 51% is shipped out of the state. Timeframes, and second question, what's driven that difference? Is it data centers coming in? Is it some other driving force? I'm just curious.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so first on the 71%, that came so this was data from the Energy Information Administration, so the EIA that we talked about. The 71% would have been at the time near the Tax Reform 2000 Committee, so when they did it in the late 90s. And then the 2023 was the 51.6%.
And Mr. Chairman, it's because we don't produce as much coal-fired electricity as we used to. That's it.
That's it. Thank you, Senator. That helps. Other questions for Mr. Hoverson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Overson. I'm just curious, how much of this shift from the 71 to 51% was driven by policy directive, in the fact that there was unfair advantage given to one industry or another because of policy initiative, to where I'm not sure that in a free market society, it's hard to stand these things up against each other when there's so many intangibles that affect the earning abilities of different types of energy. Does that make sense, sir?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, I would say that the data that was presented by EIA was not, it was more stagnant. It was just showing what that was. So I don't have a report in front of me to show the reasons for that, but it was just the amount of electricity that was exported.
That being said, and I think Senator Case kind of addressed that, the fact that we probably generate, based on what Senator Case said, we generate less coal gas power than we have in the past. Thank you. And I think that's a data set. Fair enough. Any other questions for Mr. Hoverson? If not, we'll move on. All right, sir, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Thor Nelson. I'm an attorney with Holland and Hart. I'm here today with Cindy Delancey. We represent the Wyoming Industrial Energy Consumers, or WIAC. Wyoming Industrial Energy Consumers is a coalition of large electric consumers that take power from Rocky Mountain Power. We include a wide variety of different Wyoming industries, including oil and gas companies, trona mines, chemical plants, cement plants, and basically all who have something in common, that something in common being that they consume a vast quantity of electricity. To put it bluntly, the members of my coalition who I represent consume about half of the electricity that Rocky Mountain Power sells in the state of Wyoming. And that's just the reality of these operations, which are heavily energy dependent. The other reality of that, and the reason why we are here today, is that those energy consumption comes at a great deal of cost. For these companies, typically the cost of electricity is one of the top 2 or 3 at worst sort of variable costs that they incur, and it has a substantial impact on their operations. So we come today generally in opposition to the legislation that is before you for some reasons that I will articulate. First, as a general principle from WIAC's perspective, we would very much prefer that the state not generate revenues by taxing electricity. So that's just a broad policy that WIAC has held for a long time. And that's not so hard to understand because electricity is a huge component of our cost of doing business. To the extent that those costs increase, that creates all sorts of problems in terms of our ability to remain competitive in increasingly global marketplaces. And so that's a general principle. Having said that, I will acknowledge, and this was a point that Senator Case made earlier, this bill is very complicated to understand what exactly the impact would be on the end consumers because of the way it is structured. We come into this with the assumption that there will be revenue that's generated, creating the possibility of raising costs, but the path of how you get from point A to point B is really quite complicated, and so it is difficult to know how all of those puts and takes would work out. But we do know, I think, a couple of things. One thing that we know for sure is that the bill, if enacted like any tax on electricity, will actively discourage the creation of new electric generation resources in the state of Wyoming. That, again, is not rocket science. To the extent you apply a tax to an operation, making it less profitable, you are far more likely that that new generation resources will be located elsewhere if that is a reasonable option. And for at least Rocky Mountain Power, there is always the option to locate generation resources in Utah, in Idaho, in other jurisdictions where that tax burden might not be created, and making it less opportune for Wyoming. That then creates a second problem, which is to the extent that utilities like Rocky Mountain Power choose to locate their generation resources outside of Wyoming, you now create the possibility of the need to build new transmission resources to move the power to where it needs to be utilized. And so the cost implications have, potential add-on effects. Again, may or may not come to happen, very hard to predict, but in general, we think that Wyoming should promote the generation of new electricity, and that generation of new electricity, locally sited generation, will be cost-effective going forward, and we would hate to see that diminished through the imposition of what we feel are inappropriate taxes. So there's that. The second issue that we have, and this sort of speaks to one of the foundational premise, as I understand it, of the concept, which is that all or nearly all of the tax will be exported to consumers outside of the state of Wyoming. And I want to caution you all that that may not be the case in the following sense. Rocky Mountain Power operates in a 6-state region. Historically speaking, there was an agreement amongst and between the states as to how the costs incurred in each of the different states would be allocated amongst and between the states. That agreement no longer exists, it has expired. Meaning that as we sit here today, every state actually has a case in front of them right now in each of the state utility commissions trying to answer the question, how will our state pay for a share of the costs of the Rocky Mountain Power system? The state of Washington enacted a law a few years back that was designed specifically to create a tax associated with the generation of natural gas-fired generation and associated emissions. But they designed the tax with a series of taxes and credits in a not dissimilar sort of way, although it was different because we're different objectives, clearly. But it was designed in such a way that any of the power that was used in Washington essentially got an offset to the tax. Any power that was used elsewhere did not get an offset to the tax. So conceptually, the structure was pretty similar, although the means that they used was very different. Perhaps not surprisingly, every state other than Washington took a look at that tax and decided, we're not paying it. The Wyoming Public Service Commission declared that they're not paying that tax. Commissions in Idaho, in Utah, and in Oregon, who actually supports the climate goals but doesn't want the tax either, all rejected paying that tax, meaning that it's now up in a series of lawsuits. But essentially, the tax revenue is still being generated. It's just being absorbed entirely at this point by Pacificor shareholders, essentially. And so that creates an instability in whether or not that tax is really going to be viable. And I just would caution you that there is no agreement between the states. And in fact, there is a precedent to the contrary that suggests if a tax is designed so as to create the dynamic that the state assessing the tax doesn't tax its own citizens on an equal basis, precedent says the other states won't pay for that. So I just put that out there. There are lots of uncertainties. How this will play out, clearly to be determined if this bill were to pass. But because of these uncertainties, we have serious concerns about the way this is structured and concerns about moving this forward. The last thing that I'll just mention, and this was a topic that was discussed, talking about the complexity of this, I will offer the thought that as you look at the taxes that different states try to apply, both in Wyoming and elsewhere. If you tax megawatt hour production, I would agree with you, very easy. They're very straightforward. We know exactly what that is. If you tax sales in the state in which the electricity is sold, that's also a very straightforward exercise. I will say that taxing the gross earnings associated with the generation of electricity, very complicated. And, well, I will say, very complicated depending upon who we're talking about. If we're talking about a company who is what's called an independent power producer, for example, who all they do is generate electricity and sell that to one off-taker at a specific price, that's pretty straightforward. Okay, we can figure out how to do that. But lots and lots of the electricity generated in the state is generated by our public utilities. What you have to understand, and I'll use Pacificor as an example because that's the one that we look at. When a power plant operates in Wyoming and generates power for Pacificor, that power runs, depending upon physics and other conditions, but it runs theoretically to all of the 6 different states the Pacificor serves. And there is no line item on a customer bill that says this is the portion of your bill to pay for the output of the, XYZ power plant in Wyoming. What happens is that when the costs of that power plant get factored into periodic rate cases that get filed every few years or so, the rates are sort of set in such a way as to create a bucket of money to allow the utility an opportunity to recover its costs. But there's no way, like the year after the rate case, to say how much money did state A, B, or C pay for the power that was produced by that power plant. Because remember, the power plant's usage changes over time. Sometimes it's higher, sometimes it's lower. The state's usage changes over time. Customer sales rise and fall. And in every one of these states, there are probably 20 to 30, conservatively, I mean, there's 5 or 6, but there's a variety of different what are called customer classes. And every customer class pays some unknown fraction of the cost of that specific power plant. And every customer class, and here's adding the complexity, has rates that are designed sometimes to collect different levels of profit. That sometimes you have residential rates that are deliberately set to collect very low levels of profit, and industrial rates that are deliberately set to collect very high levels of profit. And so figuring out what the air quote earnings are from that specific power plant when it is sold to this wide variety of customers with a wide variety of rates that are constantly changing and which are paid at different levels, I think actually is very complicated. Because like I said, unlike that situation where you have one power plant owner selling to one off-taker, the way the utilities work, it's just not that transparent. And so I just caution the committee as you think through the taxing of electricity, that there are real challenges associated for the utilities, especially in looking at earnings. So for all those reasons, one, we don't think that taxing electricity is good policy. We think that supporting Wyoming businesses would be better if you don't tax the electricity and let those businesses compete in the market with as low priced electricity as possible. That's been a Wyoming competitive advantage for a long time, and we want to preserve that. Secondly, be careful assuming that other states will pay this. Someone may pay this, but it may just be the utility shareholders, and that creates a whole host of other problems. And then last but not least, I do think that there are complexities here that really need to be boiled down and carefully considered. And so for those reasons, we would just encourage not moving forward with this legislation at this time. Happy to answer any questions for the
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Case, please.
Mr. Chairman, we're not looking to figure out the contribution of any particular power plant, how much it runs, what it's allocated across countries. We're looking at the gross receipts, sales of electricity of a company. That is a much easier calculation, and I just don't appreciate the approach here. And with regards to the Washington State allocation of costs, we hired a tax partner that was approved by Management Council from Sterling Associates. His name was Robert Kantowitz. He's a tax partner with Sterling. He's the one that prepared the report on the legality of doing this that you all saw. Within that report, he very definitely said that what Wyoming is trying to do because we are, Mr. Chairman, we are assessing the tax on Wyoming customers as well as people outside of customers, outside of the state. That makes it fair. We are using another instrument that we have, which is a sales tax on electricity, which we are perfectly legally capable of using, and it's within our wheelhouse. Washington, on the other hand, was trying to do double by saying, our customers won't pay for this plant, but your customers will. It is not the same thing. And Mr. Nelson, I never appreciate when we go from A to B and you cloud up the issues with going from 20 different areas. And all you have to do is discuss this in advance, and we wouldn't be going down these rat holes that you bring up. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I apologize.
It's okay, Senator, but please stay calm.
Mr. Chairman?
One quick question. Sorry, I don't mean to divert too far. The Washington case, can you provide a little more insight on that? Because I was going to ask that question anyway, but because this appears to be a little bit different to me, but I wanted to at least understand that case, if you don't mind, maybe explaining it in a little bit more detail.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, and just, I know Senator Case has walked out, but I just want to clarify. I am not saying that the bill as drafted would be illegal. Not saying that. The courts in Washington determined that that law was legal. I mean, it's still under challenge and appeal, but the initial court said legal. Just because it's legal does not mean that the public utility commissions in the other states are required to charge their customers costs for it. And so I just want to make sure that that's crystal clear, that it could be perfectly legal, but the other states have the option not to pay it anyway. Now, in Washington, the way this works is that the Chehalis power plant, for example, which is a natural gas-fired power plant, is charged a certain tax based on the carbon dioxide emissions that the power plant creates. But the tax is not assessed on emissions associated with electricity that is ultimately sold to Washington consumers, and is only assessed on electricity from that power plant and the associated emissions where the electricity is exported out of state. And so it's an emissions tax that has a credit, essentially, for electricity that is produced and used in Washington, such that the emissions tax is only exported to the other states. And that is the portion which the Wyoming Public Service Commission said, whether that is lawful or not in Washington, we are electing as a matter of Wyoming law and the discretion given to us to not charge Wyoming consumers for what Pacificor alleges is our share, air quotes, of that tax. And that is, for what it's worth, under appeal right now to the Wyoming Supreme Court, because Pacificor has argued that the commission doesn't have that authority, so we're fighting that issue now in Wyoming as well. But that decision was reached not only by Wyoming, but all of the other non-Washington states for essentially the same reason.
That makes sense. I at least now understand the difference. So when you first brought it up, I wasn't sure I got it. When did they implement that, if you don't mind me asking?
Ooh, good question.
When did Washington do that?
I think it was 2022, but I could be mistaken on that. It was a few years ago.
Not that urgent, but fairly recently, but
Yes.
just a few years. Okay, thank you. Representative Stivar.
Thank you, sir. Question I have is, like some of our surrounding states have required, they'll only take X amount of green energy. All right. We're ending up with the solar plants, the windmills, it's ruined Wyoming's beauty. And we can't tax that as a premium, like you go buy gas. You got 91, 87, or 85. Couldn't we go, okay, the green energy is high octane, so you're gonna pay a higher price for that than you are for coal and gas. It's the same thing, am I correct?
Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, certainly the Wyoming has the ability to tax the generation output of, for example, renewable energy resources. We already do that now with the wind tax that exists. So no one is questioning the ability of the state to do that if you choose to do that. The thing that we are concerned about is right now, for example, PacifiCorp operates a wide range of different generation resources that are paid for by Wyoming customers. And to the extent the legislature elects, for example, to add a tax to wind or to add a tax to solar, those resources in Wyoming will become more expensive, and that will then translate into higher rates for Wyoming customers and others. Now, I will say that up to this point in time, no one in the multi-state world has challenged the imposition of a simple generation tax. So that, for what it's worth, that has not been challenged in the same way that these more complicated tax structures with the tax and the offsetting credits have been challenged. And so I would offer that data point. That's certainly been viewed differently by the commissions in the different states. But from our perspective, we still would urge the legislature not to raise taxes on the electricity generation for the reasons I explained, but certainly you can if you choose to.
Representative Driver, please.
But what I'm saying is, Wyoming does not have, we gotta have 95% of the electricity in Wyoming as green. Colorado, Utah, Oregon, especially Oregon, their legislators passed it, we only are gonna accept X amount. Once it goes in the grid, they don't know what generated that electricity. They're just using what has been reported by the solar and wind farms, we generated X amount. So that's what I'm saying, is if they want, that legislature in Oregon says we want 85%. So, okay, you're getting the premium electricity from Wyoming. This is what you're gonna pay.
Yeah, so.
Can that be done, sir?
Yeah.
Mr. Nelson, please.
My apologies, Mr. Chairman.
No problem.
Representative Stiver.
No problem.
I just love, I'm weird. I love this discussion. So I get very excited.
If you're in the right job.
Yeah, so I'll say two things. First of all, one thing that is true on PacifiCorp, which is the system I know the most about. I have less experience with other states, but with PacifiCorp, for explicit example, one thing that is important to understand is that a significant portion of the Oregon and Washington renewable portfolio standard requirements and renewable energy requirements are generated by resources that are in those states, that for public policy reasons, oftentimes those states prefer that for the specific resources that are being used to meet those compliance requirements, that they be built in that state for ordinary reasons. So in the context of the wind resources in Wyoming, all of those, and I can attest to this because my organization participated in all of the certificate cases in front of the commission to deal with those. All of those were selected by PacifiCorp and put into service and approved by the Wyoming Public Service Commission because they were the least cost resource at the time to serve Wyoming without any consideration to obligations that PacifiCorp had to meet renewable standards in Oregon or Washington. So it is, I think, untrue to say that wind farms were built in Wyoming that were above market cost in order to facilitate legislation in Oregon and Washington. I will tell you in all sincerity, we looked at that as close as we possibly could because we had that exact same fear and we were very concerned that that would happen and we studied this very closely. Now, having said that, and I've talked about this in other committees here in Wyoming and elsewhere, what is true is that what triggered a lot of that building was very favorable federal tax credits. So having nothing to do with the requirements in Oregon and Washington, the tax scheme enacted by the federal government created an opportunity where those actually were very cost-effective resources for Wyoming to serve Wyoming resources. And so I think there was a governmental sort of push, if you would, to have those built, but that push came from the federal tax credits, not from the other states. And so I don't really see a path to essentially charge the other states for that higher priced power because that wasn't what was built. what was built was the cheapest for Wyoming when considering the tax credits. And that's kind of the way that Pacificor operated, in the last 10 years as they constructed more and more wind plants.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your time, sir. I just want to know if you can tell me, out of Pacificor, since we keep focusing on them, what percentage of power for Pacificor is produced in Wyoming?
Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I don't have a good estimate of that off the top of my head. That is something that we can certainly develop and get back to you on. I don't recollect exactly what that figure is. It is, as has been said, we definitely produce more than we consume, which is why there is, in Pacificor, there is an export. In terms of the total percentage, I don't have that figure. I would say that what I do know is that it is dropping. That is, if you look at the recent times, because of retirements in Wyoming and new additions in Utah, that sort of shift of sort of the percentage of Pacificor's overall generation that comes out of Wyoming is dropping a bit. But as to what that exact figure is, I'd have to get back to you on that.
Representative Campbell, follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just guessing, is it better than 50%? Thank you.
Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, no. If you tied me down and forced me to guess, I'd say we're probably somewhere in the mid-30s, give or take.
For the total network.
For the total company, maybe as high as 40. It's not 50.
Thank you. Senator Ide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just maybe you could back into the math. We just recently had that power outage and there was 95,000 customers that lost their power. Pacificor. That would be about 20%, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know if that's a real question, but. Yeah. Okay. Representative Worf, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had the question, I was wondering what 6 states his company generates power for. And then I also wanted to ask if it is fair, I'll wait and wait for that answer.
Mr. Nelson, did you get the question?
I certainly got the first question.
Let's go with the first question.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Representative, so I only represent, in this context here, consumers in the state of Wyoming. I don't represent Pacificor. Pacificor operates in 6 states. The 6 states in which they operate are Wyoming, Utah, Idaho, Washington, Oregon, and California. And that's when I speak of the 6 states, I'm speaking of their footprint, Pacificor's footprint.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. That's a question that I had. A follow-up question to that would be, do we generate, does your company that you're talking about, Rocky Mountain, do they generate electricity with wind in Wyoming or in other states?
Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, yes. Rocky Mountain Power operates a number of wind farms in the state of Wyoming. And I believe they also, I'm trying to think, they both own wind farms and buy power from non-utility generators who are operating wind farms all in the state of Wyoming. So yes, a significant portion actually of the wind generation on Rocky Mountain Power's system is located in Wyoming because of the very favorable wind conditions in this state.
And a follow-up to that is, I know right now we don't assess any tax on wind generation until 3 years of operation. And I guess that's one of the questions I have is, if we were to retire that and make it to where any new wind farms coming online, that everybody had to pay a tax on the electricity generated, how big of an impact would that be on those new and upcoming wind farms?
And let me just qualify that. I know there's a wind tax already. After 3 years, there's the $1. But so go ahead if you would like to elaborate. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative, so from a practical perspective, I don't know the answer to your question in terms of what the impact would be on potential new wind development if the current period of time where they were not assessed the tax were removed. So I don't not here for the wind companies. I don't know what their internal operations would be. I will say from the consumer's perspective, our request to you is to tax electricity as little as possible. Because it's a key part of our cost of doing business, and the more it gets taxed, the worse it is. And so that's sort of our overarching principle. I don't mean to be complicated about it. And then I'll just offer the thought that to the extent you do tax electricity, the other thing that I would offer is, from our perspective, WIAC is and always has been fuel agnostic, as we say. You know, we don't care where the electricity comes from as long as it's cheap and reliable. And so from our perspective, to the extent your tax policies, and frankly, the tax policies of the other states in which PacifiCorp operates, can be as neutral as possible so as not to cause what I would describe as inefficient decision-making about which resources ought to be procured to meet Wyoming and other customer needs, that would be preferable from our perspective. Because again, our goal is cheap power that's reliable. And as long as we get that, how that manifests itself, we're very open to suggestion. We have in the past obviously been supporters of coal-fired power, gas-fired power, renewable power, hydroelectric power. All of these things have a role to play in PacifiCorp and other utility systems. And so to the extent the economic considerations can be front and center instead of other sort of public policy considerations on either direction, we think that's better.
So I think rather than, do we have another one? Rather than, I'm not sure, he's clear on where he stands on this, but go ahead if you, Representative Riggins.
I'll make it quick, and I think it's up his alley. So the $1 tax for wind energy, we saw Rocky Mountain Power's distribution of that tax and by the 6 states, and Wyoming was probably number 3 on paying that tax. Now, I guess I'm wondering, in that particular case, is that because that particular, those megawatts generated for the wind turbines happen to be more affordable in that instance? Or are there requests by companies or entities that have renewable portfolio standards within Wyoming that want to add that to their bill?
Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, it turns out it's none of those things. It actually is, I think, a little simpler than that. So when we're talking about generation taxes, those taxes are allocated to the different states, generally speaking, based on the degree to which the states use generation capacity. Wyoming happens to be the 3rd largest state of the PacifiCorp system. So Utah is the largest, and so they get the biggest allocation of generation costs, including taxes. Oregon is the 2nd largest, we're the 3rd largest. And so I think it is that simple in terms of understanding the share that Wyoming pays of that particular tax.
Representative.
One quick follow-up related to that, but down the road, and this might be better for some of our guests in the back there. So the new wind turbine facility going up in Carbon County, some of the stuff I read, like that's 3,000 megawatt nameplate in theory or something like that. I get the impression that that power is kind of being requested or dedicated to customers and just in California. Is there any truth to that? And is that, because that wouldn't really match where it just ends up, right, by accident? So if you could address that at all.
Mr. Nelson, if you know that answer, if not, don't worry.
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative, so I don't know the specifics of anything, but what I can tell you is if a utility builds if Pacificor builds a wind farm, those are shared typically by the 6 states, excepting, as I discussed with Representative Stivar, specific wind farms built in Oregon and Washington for their renewable standards. Other private wind farms that are built can go a lot of places. They can be sold to Pacificor, they can be sold to out-of-state customers, and so there's a wide variety of different off-takers for the non-Pacificor wind farms, and where that goes, I presume, is all over the western US.
All right. So we'll stop there. Anybody else want to speak to this topic? Fill the seats. Let's move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Appreciate your help on that. And as concise as we can make it, unless we're going to be here until midnight. So.
Mr. Chairman, Rennie McKay, President of the Wyoming Business Alliance. Thanks so much for your time and all the thought that has gone into, I think, a very robust conversation about this policy. As Senator Case said, you're trying to look at your policy goals. From the Wyoming Business Alliance standpoint, our goal is always to try to support a prosperous business environment and try to encourage that economic growth here in Wyoming. And so a couple of main priorities for us. One is business climate in the state. We want to have the best business climate possible. And another one is energy leadership, because Wyoming really is built on a foundation of energy. And so behind that, what we are really hoping for as we move forward is innovation and expansion of our energy industries. And so specifically, I think Mr. Nelson just talked about this, but we articulate it somewhat differently, and that is that we are going to oppose legislation that creates uncertainty for the business community and for investors. So right now, I do think we have a really incredible opportunity. One thing we haven't talked about too much this evening, at least, is how much demand for electricity is going up. And Wyoming has been the largest energy exporter in the country. Texas produces more, but they use more internally. So we export it on coal trains, we export it in pipelines, we export it on transmission lines as well. So, great part of our economy, but can we use more here to benefit our citizens and our businesses? And I think that's kind of where you come to a conversation here. And so we're opposed to this legislation right now. Our concern is, I think that there was a great conversation to be had about impact on consumers, but there are variables that would be at play if this bill moves. And you could definitely end up in a scenario where there are consumers, and I'm representing a lot of different industries in Wyoming, from small Main Street businesses to large ones. And as we heard, energy costs are an enormous part of the bottom line for businesses right now. So if there is going to be an impact, and there definitely could be depending on how variables shake out, that would be, I think, detrimental to the business climate in Wyoming. And then the other one is that we've got an opportunity for investment here. There are companies all over the U.S. That are trying to rise to this challenge to try to grow the economy and try to find places to put dollars to work and get more megawatts and gigawatts produced. And I would love it, and the Business Alliance would hope that we'll have a growth of industry here and produce more power in Wyoming. But I think a legislation like this could dissuade that. And I think that's a lost opportunity for Wyoming. Because when you look at the tax climate when it comes to energy production, we want to be competitive with our neighbors. And so I think that would be at play if this were to move forward, is you could change our competitive advantage when you're trying to look at where Wyoming companies that are here now and those that are looking at Wyoming might invest. So, Mr. Chairman, that is all I need to say today.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. McKay. I just want to know how the businesses that you represent, because I mean, we're all cognitively aware that the state of Wyoming, when we're looking at our border states, I understand, we don't want to put this energy tax, but when we look at our individual income taxes, our corporate income tax advantages, all our combined sales tax advantages, property tax advantages, cumulatively, we're talking 5-6%. So Wyoming trying to make $1 off of your businesses being in Wyoming, you know, you guys should look at us a little bit to understand that the state of Wyoming has to function. We want to be a business state, but we're not gonna take a loss at it. There is a trade-out for doing business in Wyoming. There is a cost. And our tax structure right now is very, very favorable to where I have a hard time, honestly, absorbing some of this that, oh, we don't wanna, we're gonna kick it out of. Well, okay, let's raise that up and just compare corporate income taxes and see if it doesn't balance it out a little bit. I mean, let's be honest in our negotiations, please, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, great point. And I think that the issue that I would get at as you bring that up is, you know, a lot of our members, our energy producers pay a lot of taxes in Wyoming. And so this isn't always the best place to do business. And then you can also talk about time to market and other factors. So there's a lot that go into the decisions about where folks build. And my biggest concern is are we just starting to shift more and more of the tax burden more onto industry? Because we've certainly relied on coal, oil, and gas for a very long time. And so now are we going to put it on energy production as the next space where we're going to put it? And so again, it's just the industries of Wyoming are the biggest taxpayers. There's no doubt about it, right? So as long as we are fair in trying to make sure that as we look at our tax policies, that we don't just continue to load up business and industry.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today. I would like to request from you, this will take some time. Could you please put together in a short time frame between now and session, so we have some numbers to look at, how much money the Wyoming Business Alliance has given to, or the Wyoming given towards energy in the state of Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman, easy one. So we're not the governmental entity. The Business Council, Josh Jarrell was here. He's the person that gives out money. I represent businesses from across the state, so I'm funded by business. We're private sector, not public sector. So easy one.
Any other questions? Let's keep moving.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, members of the committee. Chris Brown, representing Powering Up Wyoming. We support renewable energy alongside our legacy industries with the concept that we need all available resources. Mr. Chairman, we all watch the national news and the national narrative of America's energy dominance, and Wyoming is poised to play a lead role in that discussion as we move forward. But a new tax or increased taxes on electricity from our perspective go in the opposite direction. Mr. Chairman, to speak a little bit to Representative Campbell's points about Wyoming, being paid fairly from a tax perspective, it's currently, without this bill passing, it's less expensive to develop wind in Colorado, Montana, and New Mexico. It's less expensive to develop solar in Arizona, in Colorado, in Utah, just as examples. One thing that's interesting to me, Mr. Chairman, is that as many times as we've had this discussion, the discussion always comes up about how coal, oil, and gas pay so much and renewables don't pull their fair share. We are right to celebrate coal, oil, and gas. They have built our state. And through the years of coal, oil, and gas revenue for our state, we've boomed and we've busted. We've talked a lot also about economic diversification throughout the state. And the renewable investment coming into the state is providing some of that economic diversification. It will never be to the same level as coal, oil, and gas. It's in addition to coal, oil, and gas. And so, Mr. Chairman, as was already mentioned, the existing projects with wind and solar already pay millions of dollars in sales tax, in property tax, and in wind's case, the generation tax as well. And so it's our perspective that we need all of it, Mr. Chairman, and increased taxes on electricity, or on energy rather, pardon me, are going to push investment to other states, period. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to take questions. Thanks for the time.
Questions, Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today. My question for you is, how would you suggest that Wyoming maximize their revenue as we lead the nation with our energy sector?
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative. I'm not sure that I could thoroughly answer that question. How do we maximize our energy revenue for the state? Representative, that's the question.
Yes, sir.
I think we already do that. We build schools, we invest in the state, we invest in our local communities. And it's our perspective, Mr. Chairman, that all forms of energy are contributing at some level to that. We hope that we will embrace all energy investment in the state to continue to diversify economic impact in the state.
Senator Ride.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for your, all of you being here. When you mention renewables, I usually put those in quotes. They're not necessarily renewable. And I even had President of Rocky Mountain Power, I asked him in one meeting, I said, if the subsidy racket wasn't going on with wind, would we even see these wind turbines out on the landscape? And he said, by and large, no. So would you agree with that statement? I mean, it doesn't look like it's a commercial quote unquote renewable industry unless it's subsidized with taxpayer dollars. And you know, we have to print counterfeit back in Washington to fund that. So what would you say to that? Thank you.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Ide, thank you. You've asked me the question about the tax credits before, and so I expected that we may continue that discussion. Number one, Senator Ide, the tax credits that we've discussed in the past were a 10-year sunset to begin with at the federal level. And so any project that took advantage of that got that for 10 years, and then they sunsetted. As you probably are aware, those have been now sunsetted permanently. I believe any projects not under construction by 2027 won't receive that. And so to your next question, will wind still stand after that? I absolutely believe so, and I think it'll be still, in some instances, one of the least expensive forms of electricity. I think it plays an important role in balancing out the grid. When one form is high due to commodity pricing, wind may come in and be cheaper and help balance and be a rate regulator. And so I think there's a place for all of it, Mr. Chairman and Senator Ide.
Okay. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brown, you're talking about the sunset after 10 years. I found out that many of these wind projects, if not all of them, after 9.5 years or so, they sell to another company. And then those subsidies are reset. So by selling them back and forth, those subsidies can go on forever.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, thanks for the question. I was not aware of that, but all of those tax credits sunset a year and a half from now or a year from now in 2027. And so I was unaware if that was the case in the past, but that will certainly no longer be the case moving forward.
Mr. Representative Brown.
My understanding is, and maybe you know something more about this than I do, they do sunset, but the ones that are already in progress are grandfathered in for subsidies. Do you know something different than I do?
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Brown, my understanding is that they will all, any project that is not built by 2027 will not receive that, and they will all sunset at that time period, as I already had mentioned.
Other questions? All right.
Thank you, Mr.
Brown.
Chairman.
Appreciate that. Appreciate your time. How you doing? Thank you.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Kara Choquette. I work for two companies, Power Company of Wyoming, which is developing a very large wind farm in Carbon County, as well as complementary natural gas generation as a wholesale or independent power provider, as well as Transwest Express, which is developing a large interregional transmission system to connect Wyoming to new markets that Wyoming is not serving today. Both of these companies are affiliates of the Anschutz Corporation, which you probably know best for the oil and gas activity. Anschutz Exploration Corporation is the largest mineral production taxpayer in Wyoming. We as a company are looking to diversify our business and respond to different market needs through our work here in the power sector as well. So being mindful of the chairman's comments about keeping things short, just a few comments to add on what's already been said today. Certainly, this would, but we support keeping taxes for wind projects at the current level, the property taxes, the sales and use taxes, and the dollar per megawatt hour generation tax. To the comments before, it sounds, I think the totality of the tax analysis has been done. I didn't bring it with me today, but the University of Wyoming has done that a couple of times. And as Mr. Brown alluded to, the cost to develop in Wyoming is not the lowest. So for example, sales and use tax here might be low, but it's greater than zero. And Montana has no sales tax at all on renewable energy equipment. We've talked a lot today about the impacts on the ratepayer, which I think is obviously really important, but I think looking at an issue like electricity taxes has to be looked at through many different lenses. So from the lens of a wholesale power provider, increasing the cost of our product risks us not being competitive and not able to build our full project to its full potential. So as we've always said, our project depends on those final economics, and that includes the price of power and also state and local and federal tax policies. So it's really important for the wholesale developers who are competing to have their product be selected. In our case, we hope, I think there was a question earlier, we hope that we sell our power to entities in California, Arizona, Nevada. Those utilities would be the one who pay for our power. This would not be any cost to people of Wyoming. It's all upside through our property taxes, sales and use taxes, and the generation tax. So to that point, I think, in summary, if you raise the tax, you risk lowering the revenue for Wyoming because our project, just the wind project, is about $1 billion of estimated revenue over 20 years of the project's construction and operation. Then there's the collateral damage potentially of losing the natural gas plant that we're talking about developing and building that would complement the wind generation as well as Transwest Express. So wind is what's enabling Transwest Express to get built, and that channel or that line to connect Wyoming to new markets it's not serving today, that will be there to serve Wyoming for 50 years. The transmission lines built out of Hoover Dam are still there serving power all throughout the desert Southwest. So we really want to see that new transmission get built for Wyoming to help fulfill that mission of diversify and expand the Wyoming economy. We talked a little bit about taxes. The excellent analysis done by the LSO last year shows, I think, good news. We talked about this a little bit in August. Your top two sources of electricity are coal and wind. They already pay roughly the same in taxes. So for wind, the state level tax is $229. For coal, the state level tax is $233. And that was calculated when the severance tax was at 6.5%, which, as you know, is now 6%. And finally, I just hand out a chart. Thank you, LSO. This is the most recent data from the U.S. Energy Information Administration. It was just released on Monday. And it shows that the amount of electricity that was generated in Wyoming was the lowest since 1995. The amount of electricity was the lowest ever. The EIA data tables, which I brought a copy of, goes back to 1990. And the corresponding electricity export percent from Wyoming was also the lowest. You've heard that already talked about today, 51.6%. So in our view, it's makes economic common sense to just leave things alone. To the question that Representative Lean had, to how do we take advantage, is to help bring more power plants to Wyoming, help bring more of that property tax and sales and use tax base and those good jobs that exist in the electrical power industry. We are partners with the IBEW on our projects, with the International Union of Operating Engineers. We're creating jobs right now, even as we're constructing our projects. We're one of the largest property taxpayers in Carbon County, even as we're constructing our projects. So again, we just support keeping taxes at the current level and would appreciate the opportunity to answer any questions you might have.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for joining us today. My first question is, are you a voting member of the Wyoming Energy Authority?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, yes, I am on the board of the Wyoming Energy Authority.
Mr. Chairman, follow-up?
Ms. Lean?
Thank you for the
Representative
clarity. I understand that you're on the board, but are you a voting member when it comes to contracts?
Ms. Choquette.
I guess it would depend on what kind of contracts it would be. So we as a board don't choose, say, the energy matching funds. That's done through a different process.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Representative Regan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Choquette. Just looking at your chart here, so it suggests that, so that means half of the generation from 2024 remained in state as sales. It says 40,709 and 21 million exported. So is that a demand result? Had more demand in here and that's where it went? Or how would that fall? For example, we've seen the wind numbers for the previous years, that'd be 24. So that was basically 84 million megawatt hours. Because they got the tax just to be able to see that demonstrated straight up. So we know what that number is. I guess I'm surprised that number. I'm wondering how did the exports fall from like the previous years? I thought they were a little bit larger than that. Or is that just wind energy exports have that kind of number?
Ms. Choquette.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Riggins, so this is information that's published by the U.S. Energy Information Administration, and as was discussed earlier, they don't look at specific resource export. This is the total amount of electricity generated in Wyoming across all sectors, across all utilities. You know, I think the decline in electricity generation is hard to guess. There's a lot of different reasons for that. There might have been some major maintenance at a plant. The plant might have been running lower for some folks. I think, you know, certainly one of the issues when you see that trend over time is, you know, not thinking about the particular technology, it's just power generation. Customers want electricity as the industrial consumers talked about. This was a map that I had shown before. This is just the amount of power plants that exist all around Wyoming. So there's way more power plants around Wyoming than there used to be. There's just, you know, technology choice of wind and solar and geothermal, natural gas, technology choice is market choice. And so some of these utilities are choosing to put their power plants on the South Dakota side, on the Montana side. There's a solar power plant that's literally on the Utah-Wyoming border, but completely on the Utah side. So I think the reasons behind the decline are likely complex. The EIA doesn't really shed light on that, but that's my thoughts.
Follow up?
Yeah.
Representative Riggins?
So if you query Wyoming energy exports, routinely it's 70 plus every time you look at it, 80%. So is that normal? And this is an anomaly? This number here, the 40 and the 21?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Riggins, I love hearing the number of 80-some% of Wyoming's energy is exported, but we have to peel back. What does energy mean?
Electrical energy.
Energy is often meant in this context as the amount of natural gas that's sold, the amount of coal that's sold. So this is purely looking at that one form of energy, the non-mineral form of electricity.
Just electricity.
Just
pure
electricity.
megawatts.
Pure megawatt hours, yes.
So it's a little bit deceptive when they say they're charging, like if you're hauling coal trains out there, calling that part of the thing. But I was looking at megawatts generated in Wyoming, total exports.
And that's what that chart shows, yes.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. I'm looking at your charts here, and I agree that Wyoming electricity generation is going down. But at the same time, wind energy has been Wyoming's fastest growing segment in the energy sector. How are we increasing in wind so much, but yet we're still dropping? Is it the fact, wind is not a baseline where coal is. Does that factor into anything on that? And I guess we want baseline energy. The other day when we had power outage, that reminded us how important that is. But I don't understand how, if green energy is replacing our mineral industry, why is our wind energy gone up twice, tenfold since 2008, but our energy production is in a steep decline?
Ms. Choquette?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, I don't work for any of the rate-regulated load-serving utilities in Wyoming. I think those folks are probably coming up after me and would be good ones to ask those questions. But in general, the utilities that serve Wyoming are multi-state utilities. They've got generation inside and outside the state. They have coal, they have gas, they have wind, they have solar. They're looking for a diversity of resources. The wind that they might be using in Wyoming could maybe be complemented by natural gas in Utah or by something else in Montana. So they're looking at these things as a system. So again, my thoughts are, in general, technology has allowed utilities to locate their power plant closer to the load. Wyoming is a very low load state, or low demand. So of the 40 million megawatt hours produced, about 17 million was in retail sales in Wyoming. Some of that, again, is in addition, there's the industrial, behind the meter generation. Some of these multi-state utilities may be choosing to build their next power plant, as I mentioned, across the line in South Dakota, closer to the population centers than in Wyoming, where you have to pay the extra cost of transmission. So utilities are always making those trade-offs and balances and equations, balancing this with that, this location with that, the diversity of this with that. As I said, I think the utilities folks could probably speak to that better than I could, but I hope that helps answer your question.
Any other questions? That's very good. Let's move along. Ms. Choquette, thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Bob McLaurin with WHAM. Our board hasn't taken a position on this particular bill yet, but it does repeal the retail sales tax, and it's an important revenue source for the cities and towns. And it's important that, from our perspective, that we are made whole and do not lose any additional revenue, particularly in light of what's going on with the property tax reductions to our cities and towns. But we don't have a position on the bill at this point in time, but that's our biggest concern about this bill. Be happy to answer any questions, sir. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of Wyoming County Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to speak briefly on this topic. Like WHAM, we don't have a position quite yet, but I wanted to share a few of the concerns that I have heard expressed by county commissioners. Obviously, you heard about the impact to local revenue. We need to understand a little bit more about what are the trade-offs of moving towards this particular approach before we could even say that there is an impact. I will say, though, that if you look at your draft bill on page 10, lines 15 through 16, you have a provision in there that follows where you say you're going to give us this money in the same way. You have a provision that says, but only subject to legislative appropriation. So it certainly leaves us with no warm and fuzzies to think that we're going to make this trade-off, but we got to come and beg you to actually get the money. So, that might be something to consider striking if this is going to move forward. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to speak briefly to Representative Riggins' proposed amendment. He and I have had a conversation on this. I appreciate that the bill brings back in the wind production tax, and certainly he could make the argument that you're increasing that tax, but you go down in there and you're now changing the deal that was struck with counties many years ago when that wind production tax was put in place, and that is that the impacts are largely borne from those developments at the local level. To actually provide the services, roads, emergency services, and other things. So changing that distribution formula is something I suspect that the county commissioners are not going to be too particularly excited about. The last thing that I wanted to share is that this bill puts an imposition on electricity that's produced in the state of Wyoming. And those of us consumers that receive our electricity from producers inside of the state of Wyoming are going to see an increase. But remember, not every citizen of the state of Wyoming receives their power generation from the state of Wyoming. I'll just give you one example. Teton County, their power generation comes from outside the state. So to the extent that you're excited about providing them an even further tax break while you're giving others an increase, just be mindful of that. That's one of the things that was brought forward by a couple of commissioners up in that area. So with that, Mr. Chairman, appreciate your consideration of the thoughts and happy to answer any questions.
Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Riemann, for coming today. I just want to visit with you a bit about the industrial siting and the impact monies and where those come from. It's my understanding that they come from the general fund when they are the impacts that come to the counties or to the municipalities. Is that correct?
Mr. Ryman.
Mr. Chairman, impact assistance funds do come from the state general fund. That's a choice that the state made many years ago in trying to address those unmitigated impacts that happen locally associated with those projects. So yes, it comes from the state general fund, but I would also argue that these are impacts in our local communities that we don't have the resources to address because we won't see that revenue until those projects are actually constructed.
Other questions? Yes, Senator Case.
In the electricity tax subcommittee that existed a couple of years ago, we looked at the electricity that was produced or sold in Wyoming to capture the tax.
And Mr. Chairman, if you made that change, I don't think we'd have any issue. I would bring it forward because the way it's written right now, it's produced in Wyoming, not actually sold into Wyoming.
Other questions for Mr. Raymond? Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Appreciate it. Anyone else to speak on this bill? Anyone online?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. We have Jonathan Rund online to speak about this bill.
Do we have him on there? Oh, yeah, okay. All right. Senator, no worries.
He should be online
Mis-
now, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Run, are you online?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. I was going to focus more on the bill on the exemption for the state's nuclear proposal. Happy to go now if you deem that appropriate, or can hang on for a little while longer.
What's that? Yeah, if you could hang on, that would be great. I'm afraid that would get lost in the mix a little bit.
Absolutely, not a problem here.
Okay, very good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. All right, anybody else online or in the room? All right. So I think at this point, if there's no other public comment, we'll close public comment, and committee, I guess I'll ask you, what's your pleasure on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, I would move this to an interim study. If we're gonna look at this at all, again, there's a lot of recalibration to do based on the information that we got. So
you're moving to table?
I am moving to table.
Is that-
Second.
All right. So, yep, no discussion. Well, do I need to roll call on this? Let's roll call it. Let's do that, just to make sure we do that.
It's a roll call vote to table 26 LSO 0189 electrical generation tax. Senator Case.
Excused, I guess.
Senator Dockstader.
Aye.
Senator Ide.
Aye.
Senator Pappas is excused. Representative Brown.
Aye.
Representative Campbell.
Aye.
Representative Lean.
No.
Representative Lucas.
No to table?
Representative Riggins.
Aye.
Representative Storer.
Aye.
Representative Stivar.
Aye.
Representative Wharf.
No.
Co-Chairman McEwen.
Aye.
Chairman Locke.
Aye.
Nine aye, 3 no, and 2 excused, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Guess we know the status of that one. Moving on to the next bill. Oh, we'll take a short, now this time we're sticking to our 10-minute break and we'll hustle back, okay? And try to put this other bill down as quickly as possible. Or, I didn't mean that to come out that way to those of you who are listening, so. Recess for 10. Right back.
We should have done something that we really just over. Because, I mean, I
Turn on my mic. That'll make it a little clearer for everyone. All right, so I believe we're on the last bill. And LSO want to read this bill, and I think I have it somewhere, so. I know I have it. I just got to grab it. Okay, I'm not making it easy on myself.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Anderson, please proceed.
Josh Anderson, LSO. So this is 26 LSO 190 again. Again, this came out of the same conversations as the last bill at our last meeting, just related to the taxation of electricity. The bill itself is just there on page 1, line 8. It just would repeal the exemption in 3923-105C. And then that language of what that exemption currently is in the staff comment on page 2, where it just provides an exemption for that there's no tax imposed on any advanced nuclear reactor operated in accordance with 3511-2101. And then beginning of July 1 of 2035, to qualify for that, you would also have to purchase at least 80% of the uranium in the United States. And so just for the committee's information, an advanced nuclear reactor is defined in 3511-2101D3. And it's essentially just an improvement over a nuclear facility that's in service before January 1 of 2021. So that's the bill, Mr. Chairman. I take any questions.
Question, I have a quick question. Any other questions for Mr. Anderson? Sorry, Mr. Anderson. So, sorry, just go through the, so the other part that is repealed, is this 80% use? Please walk through that real quickly if you don't mind.
So, Mr. Chairman, so the whole exemption is being repealed. So there's kind of two parts. So right now, if there were a nuclear facility in operation today, it would be exempt as long as it's an advanced nuclear reactor. And then beginning in July 1 of 2035, there'd be additional qualification that you not only have to be an advanced nuclear reactor, but you also have to purchase at least 80% of your fuel from mines in the United States.
I see. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I understood that. Okay. Any questions for Mr. Anderson on this one? Anyone who wants to speak, public comment? Let's open public comment and people who want to speak on this bill. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Travis McNiven here on behalf of TerraPower. Considering the obvious importance and significance of the bill, I have with me Andrew Richards, Vice President of Government Relations for TerraPower, and considering the hour of the evening, I'll simply turn it over to him if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
And I'm sorry, I missed your name. I apologize.
Andrew Richards.
Andrew Richards?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be brief, I promise.
No problem.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to testify in front of the Revenue Committee on the proposal to remove the exemption from the state's tax on nuclear power. My name is Andrew Richards, and I serve as Vice President of Government Affairs for TerraPower. TerraPower is proud to be partnering with Kemmer, Diamondville, Lincoln County, and the state of Wyoming in building our advanced reactor called Natrium. Natrium will be the world's first advanced sodium fast reactor with integrated energy storage that is under construction right now in Kemmer, which we plan to bring online by the end of this decade. As you know, TerraPower is developing the only true advanced commercial nuclear power plant outside of Russia and China. When we decided to build in Wyoming, it was largely due to the state's impeccable reputation as the best place in the country to work in the energy sector. Wyoming has long powered America's homes, businesses, and industries, the result of consistently low taxes and practical, predictable regulation. And while Wyoming did not have operating nuclear reactors when TerraPower announced its partnership with the state, It offered a strong history of uranium mining, an extraordinary energy workforce, and the stable policy environment essential for emerging industries like advanced nuclear, which is a reliable source of baseload power. When we announced our intention to build here in 2021, the legislature had just recognized the opportunity of advanced nuclear and lifted the state's ban. Few could have predicted the rapid surge in advanced nuclear sector just 5 years later. Increased demand from data centers has certainly contributed, and President Trump is making unprecedented investments in advanced nuclear, placing it at the heart of America's energy dominance strategy and unlocking enormous private capital. We have seen new legislation designed to attract nuclear projects in over 10 states. Some states are now offering multi-million-dollar incentive packages or tailoring their rate structures to support nuclear data center partnerships. Wyoming moved first, created the conditions for national leadership on nuclear power, and should be the primary beneficiary of this momentum by maintaining low taxes and reasonable regulation. TerraPower is fully committed to being a good neighbor and partner in Wyoming. We are concerned, however, that the bill before you could prevent this future from being realized. Repealing the nuclear electricity tax exemption would fundamentally change the state's investment environment. This amounts to a retroactive policy shift for a first-of-a-kind project still under construction. More importantly, if enacted, this bill would make it very difficult to finance future energy development and actively discourage the construction of new nuclear power plants in Wyoming going forward. Our concerns include several potential consequences for the state. First, this bill will make nuclear generation in Wyoming more expensive. If developers, utilities, customers, or industrial users can build reactors and buy power in Utah, Idaho, North Dakota, or Texas at a substantially lower cost, especially when incentives are available, they will. Second, removing the exemptions that helped make nuclear viable in Wyoming signals that the state's tax framework may shift unexpectedly. This change comes at the worst possible time. Hundreds of billions of dollars in energy investments decisions are being made right now, and many states are doing everything they can to compete for new nuclear projects. Lastly, repealing the nuclear tax exemption would also eliminate the incentive to source domestic uranium. Currently, to receive the nuclear tax exemption, 80% of the uranium must be domestically sourced. As a leading producer of uranium, the repeal of the nuclear tax exemption would disincentivize the production of Wyoming uranium. TerraPower is extraordinarily proud to be building our first plant in Wyoming and hopes to continue investing here. We have spoken across the country and around the world about Wyoming's strong business climate. When we meet with global nuclear leaders, they all know about Kemmer, and they're all watching what happens next. We believe Wyoming should be America's advanced nuclear hub, attracting fuel manufacturing, uranium supply, component fabrication jobs that can last for generations. But with other states racing to attract new nuclear, this bill would push Wyoming backward at a pivotal moment. We urge the committee to preserve the consistent, low-tax, reasonable regulatory environment that has long set Wyoming apart and vote against this bill. Thank you for your time and your continued partnership, and happy to take any questions.
Co-chair, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at this exemption, less than 80% of advanced nuclear reactors uranium. Do we not sell more than 80% of the uranium in this country outside the country right now?
Thank you for the question.
Mr. Richards.
Senator, on that case, it's more about the amount of uranium that would go into powering the reactor. And unfortunately, in the United States, there isn't an existing domestic supply chain for the type of fuel that we need to power our reactor. Ultimately, we want to power our Wyoming reactor with Wyoming uranium, but there is no current domestic source to take that mined uranium, enrich it into nuclear fuel, and put it into our reactor. So currently, we're working closely with the Trump administration and Congress to reestablish that nuclear capability, but it's going to take some time.
Co-chair, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if we want to use Wyoming uranium, are we going to have enough of it left to use? I guess is what I'm asking. And probably the answer might be yes, but after the Uranium One fiasco, I don't know where we sit now.
Mr. Chairman, may I answer that?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Travis Deti with the Wyoming Mining Association. We represent the state's uranium producers. Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman McEwen, we have enough reserves of uranium in Wyoming to last for a very, very long time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deti. Any other questions for Mr. Richards? Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for joining us today, Mr. Richards and Mr. McNiven. Thank you. My question is about the density of our uranium, and does it stand the potential to truly power advanced nuclear reactors?
Mr. Richards.
Thank you for the question. Yes, ma'am, it does. In fact, for our advanced reactors, the uranium, the way that it works for enriching the fuel, we use a much more concentrated amount and a higher enrichment, so we were able to be more efficient with our fuel. So, yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for Mr. Richards? All right, very good. Mr. Detai, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Travis Detai again with the Wyoming Mining Association. Again, representing the state's uranium producers. We have 7 uranium member companies in the Wyoming Mining Association, chasing down another probably 6 or 7 more. There's a lot of activity going on in the state right now. And on behalf of my membership, the ones that actually produce the uranium that will eventually be converted and enriched and then turned into the fuel to fuel these plants, we are certainly opposed to the bill. It is the position of the industry in the state of Wyoming that we support projects, whether it be the build out of new nuclear power generation facilities, whether it be manufacturing. And we believe that, as the gentleman next to me said, you're pulling the rug out from under this company that's in here doing the work right now. You're sending the wrong signal. You're saying that Wyoming is not open for business. And, with the legislation today, you're taking away a guarantee that these companies are going to come in here and use Wyoming uranium. I mean, that's a good thing because we are the nation's leading producer of uranium. And, we want to keep it here in the United States. We want to use it in the United States. It's a national security issue. It took a war in Russia to wake the world up to say that, hey, we can't be reliant on international adversarial sources of fuel for our plants. The United States, 20% of our electricity in the United States is nuclear. We're the largest nuclear user of nuclear energy in the world. And, we've got a tremendous opportunity here in Wyoming in particular, to start to bolster our domestic production. The reason the Wyoming Mining Association is even here when we were formed almost 70 years ago was because of our uranium industry. The industry used to produce somewhere along the lines of 14 million pounds of uranium a year. The industry employed 7,000 people. That's bigger than our coal industry. We have an opportunity here to bring it back. We mine uranium in Wyoming more safer, more efficient than we ever have before. We've learned lessons from the past. Our reclamation and our environmental standards are second to none. And, we're growing in employment. So, I see this legislation and, if you look down at it, this legislation is not even really about generating revenue because we're not even generating any revenue from the tax yet. We haven't even started producing any energy to generate any revenue. And so I just think it's a step in the wrong direction. Would encourage the committee to vote no on this, and let's build out our industry and let's not hamstring it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for Mr. Detai? Thank you so much. Sorry. Yeah, you did get off easy.
I can ask questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you all for coming, but, as long as there are seats for new folks, so thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, again, Randy McKay, Wyoming Business Alliance. So again, just as we talked about earlier, I think Wyoming has been a leader for energy production for the nation, and it's been so valuable to the entire nation's economy. So I'd just say, also opposed to this because I think we can continue to expand energy production in Wyoming. And I think there was a question earlier about what's the right balance about how to draw people in. I think we're doing well. And so I think that staying consistent and providing certainty to folks who are looking to make investments, we've done well. I don't think we have to make big changes to start to get people to invest here, but it is the creation of uncertainty that can scare off investments. So I'll just end it right there and hopefully get all of Travis's tough questions.
There you go. Any questions for Mr. McKay? I think we have, maybe we're tired. Oh, co-chair, please. We must be tired.
I'm excited about this bill. I actually understand it.
Yeah. Oh, boy, now that, we definitely are tired when that's the comment that we get.
Thank you all for your hard work.
Thank you. Online?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. We have two people online.
Okay.
To start with Jonathan Rune.
Oh, yes. Mr. Rund, yes? Perfect.
And he should be online now.
Excellent. Mr. Rund, are you out there? Out there in the vapor?
I am. Just taking me a second to get off mute.
Very good. Thank you for your patience. Sorry we drug a little late here, but thank you for your patience. And please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Really appreciate the opportunity to testify today on the proposal to remove an exemption from the state's new tax on nuclear power. My name is Jonathan Rund. I'm Deputy General Counsel for the Nuclear Energy Institute. We represent more than 300 companies across the nuclear sector, and we really appreciate Wyoming has been a national leader in recognizing the value of advanced nuclear. The decision to lift the moratorium in 2020 really signaled that Wyoming was open for business, and that really that it was demonstrating leadership to help bring really one of the most important energy investments in the United States to the state. The Natrium demonstrations moving forward, it's really drawn, as we've heard from some of the other testimony today, global attention to what Wyoming can do, what it can accomplish. It really shows that Wyoming was ahead of the national curve in recognizing that advanced reactors are a way to anchor jobs, industrial growth, and long-term energy security. So that the state's combination of uranium resources, that experienced workforce, and supportive policy has really already attracted significant private sector investment. But what I'd like to emphasize today is that the rest of the country has taken notice. It's now competing aggressively for that type of investment from states all around the country: Texas, Utah, Tennessee, Indiana, Maryland, Virginia, Kentucky, Michigan, New York. Many others are offering incentives, grants, streamlined permitting, really trying to position themselves to attract the next wave of commercial deployment. There are around legislatures around the country, we've seen some 350 nuclear-related bills, most of them trying to draw investment into the state, introduced so far this year. So with that backdrop, our concern isn't with the camera demonstration. It's really about the next projects, the commercial fleet that can follow, and the supply chain investment that can cluster in the states that move early on these types of investments. So those decisions are going to turn on where companies believe there's a long-term environment that's stable and cost competitive, and getting rid of this exemption, adding a new generation tax on nuclear essentially, and is really going to be sending the opposite signal that's necessary to drive that type of investment, and really shifting in the wrong direction, taking steps backwards. Second point, really important in the economic environment we've been in the last several years, goes to affordability. Very often, energy taxes flow directly through in the cost of electricity. So you wind up with households and businesses that have seen bills rise in recent years. And so every additional layer of cost is going to matter going forward. So whether it's data centers, industrial expansions, or any large loads, they're all very sensitive to increases in prices. So right now we've got households that are feeling the impacts. Businesses are trying to decide where to locate. It's really important for Wyoming to have all the tools it can to attract growth. Also, just want to finish up, if I could, mentioning that Wyoming has a very unique opportunity to be the advanced nuclear hub of the Mountain West. The Natrium project's already brought national and international attention. Companies throughout the supply chain are watching your state closely. Maintaining a predictable, competitive tax framework is essential to capturing those follow-on investments. Everything from component manufacturing to fuel production to future reactor deployments. States that keep costs low and policy stable will be the ones that secure those types of long-term, high-quality jobs. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Wyoming moved first, and it's got an opportunity to continue leading. We respectfully urge you to maintain the policy environment that helped make Wyoming a national leader in advanced nuclear, and to ensure that future projects, future supply chain investments, and future jobs see Wyoming as the best place in the country to build. So thank you for the opportunity to testify. Happy to answer any questions.
Question for Mr. Rund. Mr. Rund, thank you so much for being here to testify. We really appreciate it. All right. And next on our list?
Next up is Christopher Tomasi, and he is online now, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. Mr. Tomasi, I see, sorry, Mr. Tomasi, I see your name.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Chris Tomasi, and I serve as the head of government affairs for ClearPath Action. ClearPath Action is a 501c4 based in Washington, D.C. that advocates for conservative, market-based policy solutions that empower the private sector to drive energy and manufacturing innovation. While I'm currently based in Washington, D.C., I'm originally from Kemmer, and I'm especially honored to testify today before you because my grandfather, Louis Tomasi, served in the Wyoming State House of Representatives for 10 years. Nuclear energy is experiencing a moment that few could have imagined a decade ago. President Trump has set one of the boldest energy goals in American history, quadrupling nuclear energy production by 2050. This is a necessary goal if our energy demand is to double by 2050, as is currently predicted. The president's goal requires a new reactor build-out at a scale never before seen in the United States. At current trajectories, we would need to add the equivalent capacity of our current fleet, which is 95 reactors, every decade through 2050. The president is personally committed to advancing this agenda. In May 2025, he signed 4 major executive orders designed to galvanize the U.S. nuclear sector. Those orders set ambitious targets and directed the NRC and the Department of Energy to speed up licensing. Wyoming recognized the potential for new nuclear energy early and lifted its ban on building nuclear in 2020. That wise decision made it possible for the selection of Kemmer as a site for one of 2 nuclear energy projects selected by President Trump through the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program. While there is tremendous potential for new nuclear energy, there is also tremendous competition among states to create a business-friendly environment to build those sites. States like Utah, Texas, Tennessee, and Indiana have specific initiatives to attract nuclear energy sites to help power their states. Wyoming is primed to continue doing so because it is regarded as a business-friendly state thanks to your low taxes, streamlined regulations, and supportive economic climate. I'm concerned that the bill you are considering will make the state less attractive to nuclear energy developers at a time when many states are bending over backwards to attract new reactors, along with the jobs and the economic activity they support. We would recommend that the committee table this bill, which repeals the current exemption for advanced nuclear energy. Passage of the legislation could have a negative impact on reactors currently under construction and make it more difficult for Wyoming to develop a robust domestic uranium industry. Wyoming has long been a state that produces the energy that is needed to achieve President Trump's vision for energy dominance. It is a state with a history of rich business-friendly policies that have made it attractive for development. I would urge the committee to keep that in mind and reject this proposal. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Dockstader, please.
Thank you, Mr. Tomasi. I share the same county as you do. I know your family, the Tomasi family. My name's Dan Dockstader, live to the north end of the county. Were you able to watch when they made the announcement of nuclear power in Lincoln County?
Yeah, I was actually out there for the, I was out there for the groundbreaking, and I was paying very, very close attention when they announced the selection of Kemmer, because my dad had actually been the mayor of Kemmer for a lot of the time as Kemmer was competing with the 3 other sites in in Wyoming. So it was a tremendously exciting moment for the city, a tremendously exciting moment for the county, and I think that the support for it is just out of this world.
Mr. Chairman, follow up?
Yes, Senator.
Mr. Tomasi, you understand the context that, the importance of that made in light of declining coal revenues, declining a proposed power plant shutdown. Do you realize the importance that it was to not only the Kemmer-Diamondville area, but to Southwest Wyoming to have that announcement?
Yeah, it was really something that I think many people in Southwest Wyoming would consider of having sort of saved that area from really real economic trouble. And people were just very, very happy and remain very excited about the potential development for it. So the other thing that's really exciting about this is the best place to build a second nuclear power plant is next to the first. The Natrium facility is called Kemmer Unit 1, and I think that many folks in Southwest Wyoming would hope that there is a Kemmer Unit 2 in the future.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I just follow up saying that I was there for both of those announcements, the announcement that they were building in Kemmer and the groundbreaking, and I can tell you the excitement was over the top. It was amazing. And there's already talk of that second unit. Do we continue in Mr. Tomasi, if I could have one more?
Please.
Do you foresee us, if we want to tax this, does this hinder that second site, that second construction site?
Mr. Tomasi.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the thing that companies need is the most stable environment that they can have, a stable regulatory environment. And if with the competition from states like Utah and Texas and others who are really excited about building nuclear, there are plenty of places that now see the opportunity that Wyoming originally saw. And so we would urge you to reject a tax on it simply because there's just so much desire across the country for more nuclear energy to be built that businesses are going to find environments that are extremely friendly, as Wyoming currently is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions for Mr. Tomasi? Very good. Thank you. Anyone else online? Anyone else in the room? All right. Well, then we'll close public comment. And I guess I will ask the committee, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I'm concerned about this. We've made a lot of progress, especially in Lincoln County, to proceed with nuclear power in the light of what was a changing energy picture for us over in the southwestern part of the state. I was personally involved in running what I call obstructionist legislation to slow down the closure of a power plant and a coal mine. And then this came up, and all of a sudden it brought some hope back into the area. And I visit the construction site quite often, and they are already talking about a second plant in their public meetings there in Kemmer, which they hold on a regular basis. And to proceed with something like this is not a message of, we want to work with you, we want to help you get started in Wyoming. Just yesterday, Utah announced 4 to 10 modular reactors and a plant that would produce more small reactors just 2 hours from Kemmer, a place called Brigham City. And if we take a different route and put up an obstructionist tax out there, that there are places just next door that will say, thank you, we'll take the business. So I'd be opposed to the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Other comments? Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to move the bill and then offer an amendment.
Okay, any 1 second? Looks like Representative Campbell seconded the bill.
Can I ask a clarity question of Mr. Anderson?
Please.
He's aware of the amendment that I want to offer.
Representative.
My question is it cleaner to add this to the current bill because we would need to repeal the current nuclear law, or to run the substitution bill and then at the appropriate place put in the repealer?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, if I can clarify. So I believe the intent was to run the amendment that was posted online for the other bill. Was your intent be to have one chapter that has, as that amendment, wind, solar, and nuclear all in one?
All in one with a 3-year exemption, $1 tax.
Mr. Chairman, I think that would work as essentially as it was deleting, you would delete, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, page 1, line 8, and replace it with that language.
Probably need to at least vote to move the bill first, I would say. So let's make that first decision to decide if we're going to move the bill. So it's been moved and seconded, and Mr. Anderson, I assume that's the best step for us to take to make sure we move into this. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let's, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Let's do a roll call on this.
So, Mr. Chairman.
We can raise hands.
So in general, how it would work, someone would move the bill, seconded, then you can take discussion and amendments from there, so.
We can.
I don't think you would need a vote on
Okay, then
the
let's
original
hold and
motion.
see if the amendments move us in a direction that we're willing to move. But that's acceptable process? Perfect, then we'll just do that then. So it's been moved and seconded, but we'll see what this amendment looks like and see where we go from there, see if this is something we move forward.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer an amendment that is the drafted amendment for 26 LSO 0189. Take out the top and then add, Mr. Anderson will work with me here, whether it's an amendment to this bill or a replacement bill, to make wind, solar, and nuclear generation taxable at $1 a megawatt hour after the 3-year exemption with no changes in distribution.
Do we have this amendment? I'm sorry, I probably do in a pile of papers.
Mr. Chairman, it was distributed to you today, and it's also available online.
Okay, perfect. Let me get there.
Discussion.
Where are we at here? Perfect.
Second.
So does everybody have a copy of this, or, let's see what this is. Just want to make sure we all have it. Okay, I have it now, so. There we go. Sorry, we're getting there. Okay. So please explain again if you don't mind, so we know what we're looking at.
Just for clarity, Mr. Chairman, Representative Lucas did second the amendment. So to take this amendment and leave it at $1 for taxation rate per megawatt hour, to add solar and nuclear, so you have one chapter that addresses wind, solar, and nuclear, so that it's a quote-unquote fair playing field, and that the distribution model does not change, so there would be no changes to the distribution. We could strike that section of the
So
amendment.
that section would be struck.
Yes.
Now, what does that do to the repealer? What is the repealing language? I mean, I think we need to understand that at a detailed level.
Mr. Chairman, I would give that the uranium industry will continue to expand just because of the nuclear talks going on within our country and the world, no matter what we decide with the exemption here in Wyoming. But that the energy innovation by low energy taxes would come here with $1 a megawatt hour after a 3-year exemption. That seems very fair to me. And in all sense of reality, I believe it's an even better tax for nuclear to be taxed at $1 a megawatt hour instead of $5 a megawatt hour.
Okay, so at this point, the bill's been moved and seconded, and now you've moved, and Representative Lucas has seconded this amendment. Does everybody understand this amendment? Representative Riggins.
So my question is, so does this include the repealer for the $5, or is that a later amendment? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, that is the repealer of all of 3913, 101 through 111 was in that draft amendment. So that would repeal all of the nuclear tax statutes, and then it would move it into one statute under the current wind chapter.
So, sorry, is it clear to you? I'm not sure it's 100% clear to me yet, so I'll be the thick one here. I just want to make absolutely sure. So is the repealer all of what was in the previous repealer, everything that was repealed in the previous repealer, that's the same part that remains?
So, Mr. Chairman, so in the existing bill, we just are repealing one exemption. This amendment would essentially repeal that whole chapter and then add nuclear to the existing wind tax chapter, along with solar. And so that would be a $1. So instead of being essentially totally exempt, there'd now be a $1 tax on nuclear and solar, along with the current $1 tax on wind. I hope that clarifies, Mr. Chairman.
I guess what I'd like to understand is if the repealing component of this is broader, I'd like to understand what that includes. And not.
So, Mr. Chairman, so this would repeal the whole chapter 23, which is the existing tax applicable to nuclear energy. So it would repeal that chapter, including the exemption that's in this current bill. It would repeal everything and then add nuclear to the current wind tax at a $1 rate.
I'm not looking at it right now, so I guess the piece is I don't understand it. Senator Ide.
Yeah,
I'd
Mr.
like to make
Chairman, I'm a
sure.
little bit with you on this too. I don't have a copy of that, a
I
hard
don't-
copy, and do you have one?
I do not,
Just to-
so.
Yeah, it'd take me all night.
Of the amendment?
That's it.
Question?
Do you need a copy of these?
Yeah.
Yeah, Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I want to,
So could I invite any of our guests that just spoke on the nuclear stuff about what they think would be the impact? Now, this would be in the benefit of nuclear because we would be dumping the $5 per megawatt tax off of it, reducing it to 1. Correct? And I guess I didn't even notice on that item that there was the original strikeout. Was that $5 an hour, megawatt tax being applied regardless of that language in there prior to 2035? How that was written in that part we just discussed, the strikeout part? Was the $5 per megawatt tax gonna be applied immediately on nuclear, or was there,
After 8 years.
okay,
sorry, we're talking about what did the repeal, are you asking what the repealer did?
yeah, but it was already in there.
So the repealer, let's go back and simplify, I'm sorry, so this is complicated enough, I think we need a moment here.
Can I simplify it for you?
If you would, please.
So essentially, we would repeal the nuclear law, the nuclear chapter in our green books, and put it in with wind and solar in the wind chapter. We would then take and leave in the 3-year exemption, make it $1 per megawatt hour for all 3 industries, and they would move forward.
And in striking the entire nuclear chapter, what, other than what we've seen in this repealer, what's affected, what else is removed, and whatever impacts I mean, this is a little bit of a massive shift. So I want to make sure we understand it well enough to say that does or doesn't make sense. Is that something that's easy for you to address, Mr. Anderson, or is that, I'm not looking at that portion of the statute, so
Sure thing, Mr.
I will
Chairman.
plead ignorance and beg for help.
So chapter 23 is our current tax on production of electricity from nuclear reactors. It's structured very similarly to the wind tax, with a few differences. It's a $5 rate, but then there are 3 exemptions, the 2 that are currently in the wind tax of operated or owned by the federal government or the state of Wyoming, or a tax on, for the personal use. But then there's this additional exemption that we've been discussing today on for advanced nuclear reactors. And so that would be being repealed as well. And otherwise, it works very similarly to the wind tax. One exception is that the distribution is a little different. It's 100% to the general fund in that chapter. But otherwise, it's a chapter very similar to the current wind tax chapter. We would be repealing all of that and then moving the nuclear tax into the current wind tax chapter, chapter 22.
And we'd be, but we would be.
Mr. Chairman, we would be repealing
the
the same
exemptions-
exemption that we've been discussing.
Two
this
of the
evening.
exemptions are already in the wind section that would match what's in the nuclear. So the only exemption that theoretically we would be repealing is the 8 years. But in that process, we are changing the $5.
Correct,
Is
Mr.
that
Chairman.
an accurate
Correct. So
summary?
we're essentially repealing that exemption for advanced nuclear reactors, but then this would also lower the tax rate from $5 to $1 per megawatt hour.
Okay. So does everybody understand? Because if you do, you're probably all ahead of me, but okay. Okay, so I think in this particular case, well, we'll go ahead and we'll try a voice vote and then we'll move from there. All in favor of the proposed amendment, so we'll work our way in that direction. All in favor of this proposed amendment, say aye.
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 Opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, let's just do a raise of hands just to make sure we know where we're at. All in favor of this, please raise your hands. And Bob's up? Yeah. Yep, okay, gotcha. All opposed, raise your hands. Okay, looks like we've got 4 to whatever the other number is there, so. Okay, so the amendment has passed. Now, let's, discussion on the bill.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah, I just want to back at it. I like the amendment better than what we started with, for sure. I want to make clear, so we're going from $1 to $5, but it's going in 3 years. And so the 8 years is what the difference is. And then the last thing, and everybody can correct me on that again, just so we know what we're voting on here. And we're putting that on solar as well, too, where there isn't anything on solar. There hadn't been any discussion on that, so I just want to make clear on that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Ide. So I'll give my 2 cents and I'll make sure somebody corrects me if I'm incorrect. But so it's actually going the opposite direction. So it's going from $5 to $1. Oh, yeah, for nuclear. Exactly. And the only other adjustment, really, there's no adjustment to the wind, or excuse me, to wind. There's no change to wind, but there's the addition of $1 on solar. So it's $1 on solar, $1 on wind, $1 on nuclear. And the difference with nuclear, and if there's a broader variation that I'm understanding, we're going from an 8-year exemption to a 3-year exemption.
Mr. Chairman.
I think that's right.
Mr. Chairman.
I think it's 8 years and we're going to 3. Is that accurate?
I think the current exemption essentially would exempt it indefinitely for nuclear, as long as it's an advanced nuclear reactor. And then when required, it purchases 80% of its uranium from the United States. So there's not a time limit on the current nuclear exemption. It would be in perpetuity.
Okay, so there is clarification. Is that clear, Senator Wright?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so in a sense, it's good for the nuclear business as far as the lower rate, but it just happens quicker. Would that be correct?
I would say that's correct, and correct us if we are wrong. Would you like to?
I'd bring him back up.
Would the committee like to hear a discussion from?
Mr. Chairman, where we've made a shift and a change in our direction here, it would be appropriate to hear comment on it, I think.
I'm inclined to say that's right. Representative.
I think I suggested that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that, we've heard that it'll be gloom and doom for us if we charge any tax at all on nuclear, but we were going to do $5 in a few years, and now we've got it down to $1. But Wyoming is still a great place to do business. We don't have income tax. Utah charges 4.85%. Other states charge a comparable amount of income tax. So this is a great place to do business, even for nuclear organizations. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So let's go ahead and hear from Mr. Richards. Thank you, Mr. Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to come talk to you all again, and I appreciate the flexibility on the amendment in the bill. But I will say from my perspective and my understanding of what's been changed, it went from a no tax unless you're using non-domestic uranium, which then has a $5 tax on it, to a $1 megawatt tax starting within 3 years. So I understand how that appears easier, but it still disincentivizes anybody to build a future nuclear power plant in Wyoming when there are many, many other states around the United States who are offering incentive packages to come with no tax. So if you're looking to have more nuclear companies build in Wyoming, this is not the way to go. And I can say from TerraPower's perspective, we're very, very eager, as the senator was discussing with Mr. Tomasi, to build more units in Cameron and in Wyoming. But a tax like this would unfortunately have us probably look elsewhere.
Questions for Mr. Richard? Representative Ling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Richards. My question is, do you have some kind of data for the impacts that you've already brought into Wyoming that you can show us as far as a financial data?
Mr. Richards.
I could probably work to get that to you. I can talk about the revitalization of Kemmer in Lincoln County, the shops and the communities that have been opening and the jobs that we've been creating and the property taxes we've started to pay on the land that we own. But I could work to get you some specific data. But we expect it to grow substantially over the next several years as the plant continues to be constructed.
Or Senator Ride.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, losing that 8 years, I understand, but it takes a long time to get these things online, I think. And by that time, you'll be subject to a lot less megawatt per hour tax. If it took 8 years to get one online, you'd be in a better spot today if you took that choice. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, yes. Yes, it takes us a substantial amount of time to bring the plant online. Right now, we anticipate bringing the plant online by 2030, at the end of the decade. But I think the challenge for us is that the uranium has to be domestically sourced by 2035 to keep the no tax on the plant. But now, within 3 years, there will be a $1 tax on the plant, and there's no incentive to use domestically sourced uranium. So we are working hard with the Trump administration, and we still will work hard to make sure that we source our uranium domestically. But the timeline there is to give us time to bring that capability online in the United States and in Wyoming.
And let me ask the question, which is probably, so quickly, the production is once you're up and producing, right? So you're talking about bringing the plant online in 2030.
Yes, sir.
Ish. So it'd be 2033 theoretically before you paid taxes on production?
We begin, fuel loading would begin at the end of 2030, and then commercial operations begin 2031, and tax on the production would begin immediately then. So 2031 is when we begin paying this tax.
Is that how this?
2034, yes.
Well, I'd like clarification on that. So is it 3 years from beginning of production, Or, right, because then theoretically, no taxes would be paid for until they'd been producing for 3 years. Is that how that bill is written?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, so it's currently drafted for a wind turbine, but it's, if it's produced, it's exempt until 3 years after the turbine first produced electricity for sale. So it would be the same, that would be amended to include these other electricity generating facilities under the amendment.
Okay, that's helpful. Is that clear from your
I
perspective?
understand, yes. So 2031 is when we begin selling electricity, and then 3 years later, 2034 is when we begin, the tax would apply.
Right, okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood. That was how I understood that exemption worked, but I wanted to make sure I was not incorrect.
Sir.
All right, other questions for Mr. Richards?
I have one.
Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you think it's going to be a struggle to source Wyoming uranium as fuel, as part of that supply chain? I talked to some people in this category, and we don't have processing. So I mean, there's a lot of things that technical things, because it doesn't mean they're automatically going to be buying it from us that day, right? So I find that I could see that being almost kind of difficult to happen, just from a supply chain standpoint and processing, because you're not the only customer, right?
Right.
They're going to make that fuel just for you.
Right.
That might not be worth.
But so,
Mr. Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it will take some time, and we've worked with Congress and the Trump administration. The Department of Energy has $3 billion in funding that they're about to give out to enrichment and deconversion companies who are working to reestablish a supply chain domestically. So yes, there are challenges, not from mining and milling the uranium, but from enriching the material. And so that is going to take a substantial amount of time, and we're working on that timeline. So the 2035 date worked very well for us, because by that date, we did anticipate to be able to domestically source our uranium. So we do think it will take time, but the funding is there, the support is there. And with this massive new push from President Trump and from multiple states seeking to host new nuclear facilities, as well as enrichment and deconversion facilities, we're seeing this come online quickly, as fast as possible. So I'd say, yes, it's going to be a struggle, but there's a lot of support coming.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Senator Rockstader.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. What brought your company to Wyoming in the first place? Why did you come to Kemmer, Wyoming?
I will say Kemmer, Wyoming. Thank you for the question,
Mr. Richards.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine, no worries.
Senator, I would say Kemmer chose us. We looked around the country, and we saw that Wyoming seemed to be a fantastic place to do business with a great energy community. Kemmer specifically had a coal facility that was scheduled to shut down. And we looked at several of these communities around Wyoming, and we basically came to the state and announced that we had an interest in siting our nuclear facility. And four communities raised their hands and said they'd like to be selected, and they lobbied us. We had PowerPoint presentations and letters and writing campaigns from multiple communities, and ultimately we chose Kemmer because Kemmer had a fantastic community, and it had an amazing workforce and strong support from the state. So that is how we ended up in Kemmer, Wyoming.
Thank you.
Follow up, Senator? Okay. Other questions for Mr. Richards? Thank you, Mr. Richards. I appreciate you coming up here and having more discussion with us. All right, committee, discussions at this point on the bill as amended. Senator Dockstader.
Mr. Chairman, appreciate the efforts to make it a little more palatable, still stand opposed to it. It will be very easy for other states to reach in without a tax and bring it. It's already happened. Whether Utah has some additional taxes or not, doesn't matter. They welcomed in all this new nuclear power as of yesterday, and they're happy to do more. And this simply sends a message that we don't want to be in the forefront of nuclear power, which will be a big part of this nation's future.
Other comments from the committee? Senator Ide.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yeah, this is kind of a tongue twister here a little bit. I see the good and the bad of this on both sides, and I think the upside, personally, if I was in the nuclear business, I would maybe, go for the $1 per megawatt versus the 5. And, the other part of this too is we're picking winners and losers. We got our legacy industries too that we're charging a lot more. And, that's where I struggle here is how do the best way to do it is have everybody pay the same, whether it's oil, gas, coal, wind, nuclear, the whole gamut. So I really don't know what the best way to go about this is. I'm personally like this amendment just because it gets at least those 3 alternatives on a level playing field right there. So we're not picking winners and losers there. Those are just my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other comments, committee, Representative Stibar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like the amendment, but I want to see it in draft form. I'm with Senator Dockstader. That's where I started the railroad at, was in Cameron, Wyoming. So I lived there quite a while before I moved to Cheyenne. So I know the community well. I think I'm gonna go ahead and pass this forward and then look at the draft and make the decision to support it or not.
Other comments, from the committee, Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make note that Utah does have the DOD currently already there. And so they already have the opportunity to have nuclear, or I should say, they've already been storing for nuclear waste. So it's not a big deal to them to have nuclear in their backyard. I do recommend that this committee really understands how Wyoming is going to build a vital lifeline because our legacy industries have taken such an incredible hit in the last 5 years. And if we're going to truly be a committee that looks at revenue as a stream that is fair and equitable across the board, this is one way to maintain that tax. And so I recognize that this does put a $1 per megawatt hour on solar and nuclear, but that's what wind is already paying. I would argue that coal, oil, and gas are paying more than that. And so we should make sure that we're, as Senator Ide said, leveling the playing field. I believe that this is transparent and uniform, and that it gives us that opportunity to build that vital lifeline that Wyoming is going to need.
Thank you, Representative. Other comments? Seeing,
Question?
yeah, seeing none, let's take the vote on this bill.
This is a roll call vote for 26 LSO 0190, nuclear electricity tax exemption repeal as amended. Senator Case?
Excused.
Senator Dockstader?
No.
Senator Ide?
Aye.
Senator Pappas is excused. Representative Brown?
Aye.
Representative Campbell?
Aye.
Representative Lean?
Aye.
Representative Lucas?
Aye.
Representative Riggins?
Aye.
Representative Storer?
No.
Representative Stivar?
Aye.
Representative Wharf?
Aye.
Co-Chairman McEwen?
No.
Chairman Locke?
Aye. All right.
That would be 9 aye and 3 no, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So we are, I think that was it for the day, I think. Am I correct? LSO team, you keep me in line so I don't run them up too far. All right. Thank you all, and thanks everyone for coming here and presenting. I really do appreciate it.
And the doors are gonna be locked so we can leave our computers and everything here? Okay. I can't. I'm going to.
till tomorrow morning at 8:30, I believe.
See you tomorrow.